Just evolved beings from dinosaurs?
I would say we're actually evolved beings from mammals, like small mammals, like the rodents of the time that eventually got bigger and were able to evolve into a more relative species when it comes to intelligence. Yeah. But I also think dolphins could reach that same stage.
Yeah. Well, like, what makes us human is the fact that we have posable thumbs.
So, on an intelligence level, I don't think that's necessary. I think you can be a highly intelligent species without having that problem. That's my man back there.
Hey, there he is.
How are you doing?
Hey, guys.
There's the man.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
How's Kenny Bolin doing?
I didn't see him tonight. He was live when I was live.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I gotta follow Kenny's channel. I don't know if I have his actual channel.
He gets upset when I go live when he goes live, but if I'm playing a video game, he doesn't. He thinks the video game isn't competing with him, so that's why I always have the video.
Yeah, Pesci's just over there smoking weed and playing video games. Nobody cares about what the fuck that is.
On in the back, and I sent him a little PayPal donation.
As long as you grease the hinges, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, but other than that, it was a pretty long stream I did. I couldn't believe how long it went.
No, I caught you in the beginning of it before you started playing games, and you've definitely been going for a while.
Yeah, well, dude, when I was sick, I was so out of energy, I wasn't even smoking either. That's what was the crazy thing. Ooh. And I'm just finally getting back out of that. I was pretty much
for you.
Out for the whole month. I didn't go to no doctor, so I don't know if I had COVID or whatever, but I don't know if Jake explained it to you. That guy that was in my chat tonight, Jonathan, he got the shot and something happened serious to his arm.
There's a lot of people that talk about
the story.
I can't think about the actual condition right now, but it's an inflammation around the heart. It's a very common thing, and it's actually more common between males of the age of like 13 to 21. And there's an actual study out about it right now. I don't know if you've seen, if you get a chance, watch the interview between Joe Rogan and Dr. Sanjay Gupta, because they actually address this specifically.
I saw that.
Yeah, he's the doctor from CNN. Basically the doctor from CNN gets taught about medicine for 3 hours. It's a very interesting, definitely a very interesting. I wish I could share it. Goddamn.
Basically, where he says they're lying. Why do you let him get away with lying? And he's trying to like giggle around it.
Oh God, that's not the part that fucked me up the most. So he brings up about CNN lying, and then Dr. Sanjay Gupta looks at him and he goes, that really bugged you, didn't it? And I was like, that should have bugged you. Like the fact that your news network is lying to people as a public and just trying to get this okay. Like you were looking at the other guy that got lied about and was like, oh, this really bugs you, doesn't it? Well, yeah, of course it fucking bugs you. You're lying to the public and lying to me. Like, I'm sorry if this would bug me a little bit. You're talking shit behind my back or right to my face.
Yeah.
No, what bugs them is the fact that Joe Rogan is actually bigger than they are. That's what bugs them that they don't want to address.
Nail on the head.
He's actually his own platform that is bigger than them or competable.
That is exactly what's going on. You are in the new media here, and that's the new war. That's
the crazy part.
What's going on?
Tonight was the first night that the clown boys didn't come on my stream. They went on Bolin's and they came in here fucking with Jake.
They were the clown boys that you're referring to might have been on mine hanging out. I might have distracted them for you.
I said the real Allie. I said that's the fake Allie because the real one I'm talking to on the show. And that's funny is that person that was doing that, he was doing that with her name a bunch of times.
Yeah,
What was her real name?
She came on and was hitting on me for a couple hours. That was that was interesting. The real Ellie.
Oh yeah, she'll do that. Yeah.
She's like, I don't care about no girlfriend. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, she at least better show respect. That's crazy. That's her problem.
No, she was being nice. I had to give her that. I could tell she was joking. I could tell it was a joking aspect.
They never mean harm. Who was I thinking about? Oh, Terry. So you guys are going to come on Friday?
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to come on.
Yeah. So I actually have a wrestling show this Friday night. I won't be home till probably around 11 p.m. though.
That works. We can do a late night.
Okay. Yeah.
What's 11 p.m. Pesci's time?
I think me and Chicago are close.
Close by like an hour? Like we're
3 o'clock in the morning right now. What do you guys?
Almost 2 o'clock.
1? Yeah. Almost 2?
Yeah, it's almost 2.
Yeah, so you're an hour ahead of us.
We're in the same time zone.
Yeah, you're an hour ahead of us.
Yeah. You're over in Eastern time zone.
It would be midnight my time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll work on a Friday.
Yeah, we can work it out. I just wanted to make sure I coordinated with everybody. I have you on where we could actually talk about it.
Yeah, and I'll make it easy. I got some interesting questions I could ask.
Sweet.
Sorry about the sheriff busting your balls earlier.
Who?
He's just like that. That guy that was the White at 68, he's an actual sheriff. He's a sheriff in Kennystown. Sometimes when new people comes in there, he's funny. So if some people look like they're busting balls, my apologies.
What's his name?
It was White at 68. He's an actual. His name's Donald Lord. He's a sheriff. He's a good guy. When you came in there, he was like, "Who's Jacob?" I was like, "Sheriff, relax."
Oh yeah, no. He was funny. He's like, "What's your deal? What's your story?"
Picture Andy Griffith. He's a good dude. He'll see you're all right.
Oh yeah, no, I like people like that. I like people that want to take a deep dive.
I was like, I don't know if Jacob might have freed me and he doesn't even realize it. Oh, but Jacob, if you can, and I'll even get rid of that one part. I was trying to get the footage from last night to put on my channel.
I can give you the whole thing. You just got to cut out all the other bullshit. I have the whole recording. I just don't put it online.
Yeah, you just need to now when you pop that person in, I could smoke that out. I do edits.
Well, no, what I was gonna do is I was gonna cut it out on the YouTube editor, but I didn't. I'm just fucking lazy. I just deleted the whole 3-hour stream because 2 seconds.
There was some good content from that.
No, I know it was a good. I have probably over 13 hours, Pesci, of good material between me and Pena and me and a lot of other people that I just cut out the whole stream because it's easier than me having to go back and edit it. I can go on and do another 7 hours the next day.
You didn't do anything wrong yesterday.
No. None of my guests on that, like my regular guests or anybody that was coming on and being nice, nobody did anything wrong. It was just we had one troll pop on where I didn't feel like editing it. If I had somebody that would actually edit for me, I have so many hours
That's
of.
Crazy that random find your channel. I never have that luck.
What's that?
I said it's funny that randoms could find your channel like they did like that. I guess
Dude,
the way my
share
are.
The StreamYard. All right. So everybody keeps acting like I'm crazy. Share the StreamYard in the description. See how many randoms you get to show up.
I bet.
In what description?
In your title, in your description of the YouTube, or in the chat. I shared in all three. So if anybody searches live StreamYards, they get my channel. And I did it the other day just to see what other channels pop up on it. It's usually minors that are doing channels about current events, video games, SMPs, or stuff like that. Like, it's a popular thing for young guys and gals to do, but at the same time, like you definitely get a really wild crowd. That's how I met T-Rex, and that's how I met. I don't know if you've ever heard of Jimmy Rizzo. I met Jimmy Rizzo from Europe. From that, I met a lot of channels that I really appreciated
I have no idea
from
what Jimmy
it.
Rizzo is. Is he a
Oh yeah,
singer?
he's
or
got
something?
like he's got a big channel, and I think he's out of Glasgow.
Oh, he's a YouTuber.
Yeah, YouTuber.
Yeah. And also something to remember on YouTube, viewers can search on YouTube and go in and customize that search by only show the currently live videos that are running right now. And
Yeah,
I'm sure
okay. So comparing that to searching the StreamYard lives. So I can't find a live that's under 50 live viewers when I search lives. Like if it's unless I'm subscribed to them,
interesting.
it won't show up on my tab. I guarantee you there's a lot
never
more
even
out there.
thought of that.
Yeah, it's
Well,
got to
they
be
didn't have it in
algorithm
their
on
show.
that. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'm like,
it's all about algorithm.
Right.
It's fucked up.
right.
They
And why
don't want
should
you
it
to see- they
recommend
don't want you to
anything
see small
smaller
content.
than that?
Yeah, they don't want you to see small content.
Right.
It's it's unionized goddamn YouTube.
Yeah. But you know what? At the same time, it's teaching you how to do good old-fashioned promoting and grassroots campaigning and work on your own. You know?
Oh yeah, that's true.
So,
It's got me into and that's what Aaron got me more paid attention to. There's a reason that Aaron has 100 hashtags on his description. It's because it brings attention to his channel.
Right.
Like I've learned a lot from Aaron and interviewing different people, and he's also the one that's introduced me to a lot of the people that I've met today. When it talks because my channel is based on more the conspiracy theory type of I use that in quotations because I hate that fucking word, but there's not another classification for it. The not mainstream topics that people want to talk about, whether it's politics, whether it's fringe ideas, whether it's whatever. That's the shit I want to talk about. Like as long as it's allowed on YouTube, I'm happy to talk about it. And that's why Pesci was so happy to get us on. He's like, we don't even have to talk about wrestling. We can talk about aliens. We can talk about
the reason
this.
I like people in my channel is I could play music, sound effects.
Yeah.
Shit that people that are monetized can't do.
Yeah.
You know, because what I did was when I first came on YouTube, for instance, all those songs I played tonight, I played for.
Pesci, how long have you been on YouTube? This channel that I follow, Sir Joseph Pesci. How long have you been on?
Literally just started in June.
How many months?
June.
Is your business model, since you're not monetized?
Because I was on Mullins before, and I didn't have my own, and I was kind of setting my Twitch up. I needed the right teacher.
So you're 1 month ahead of me, by the way.
Yeah, but I'm kind of, like I said, drifting towards games.
But I would love to do that. I haven't got into that yet. That's what's cool about StreamYard is
some interesting shit, and I think we could make something out of coming on to my show, getting.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm super glad that we met each other, but
yeah.
Pesci, what you're doing and what I'm doing is really weird. I've talked to people that have been on YouTube for 3 years and don't have as many subscribers as me and you have.
It's remarkable.
I think it has to do with the community building that we're doing. Like the way you're friends with Jake, and the way you're friends with Schmidt.
Double the number I have. So until I catch Jake, I always say I don't got any yet.
And I don't think I have any yet. When it comes to the eyes of other channels, that's why I always feel like I'm punching up. Like when somebody like Herman stops by my channel, I'm excited about it. When Elaine stops by my channel, I'm excited about it. All these people have way more viewers. Tiffany, Maria, you name it. If any of them stop by my channel, they have more viewers than I do. But I know I've only been doing it for 6 months. I know a lot of people have been doing this for 5+ years.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name on Bolin's chair? Bolin was
You have
getting
a
stopped
couple of
by these 2
psychics
trolls,
on
and I was going to make a prediction that the 2 trolls that Bolin had to block, since it's fresh accounts, will pop up in here with Cinco de Mayo, Mr. No trouble, please. Now remember this. Think of everything I said. The reason why I want that video is for the shit I said and to see that the guy didn't even. Like I said, if I said you fucked my sister and you didn't, you would say, hey, they sat there and they didn't go, he was a liar until I said, see how they didn't.
You did the same thing. You did the same thing the other night. Why do you always jump to that extreme? Why does it always have to be a 0 to 100? You fucked my sister. Like,
it's not 0 to 100. It's not 0 to 100, but it's the fact that it's a guy and he was pretending he's a chick. And then you even called him Allie. That was I was like, all right, I better let him know.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to call. But what I won't do is I won't read out somebody's full name. And it's usually just because I haven't researched the name. I've had people come in with troll names just to get me to say it, of course. And so
it doesn't bother me. I just give people a heads up so they know.
Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I don't. But you understood what I meant, where I wasn't going to throw anybody out just because somebody else had a bad experience with them.
And I
knew it was rubbing Jake wrong, and I wasn't trying to piss Jake off. It was just a matter of I can't throw people out just for the sake of throwing people out.
I'll tell you why Jake
honestly was a fair across the board. Really.
I'll tell you why Jake was mad.
Yeah.
Jake was mad because those names on his past shows have trolled him to where they're getting him screaming.
Oh, and I get it.
I comprehend that.
But I also think this is more beneficial to Jake to be able to watch this and be like, hey, don't fucking look at him, dude.
I tell him that all the time.
Don't let them control your show because that's what they want to do. And if you give them that attention, that's what they're doing.
I don't even acknowledge them. Usually the people in the chat get rid of them. I don't even have to. I tried to teach Jake that, but Jake just wants to acknowledge it. Just like you heard him say on your show tonight.
And people play into that.
He doesn't have trolls like that.
He had probably 4 people that tried to change their accounts and go into different things and try to bring Jake out into a dark place. But the best thing Jake can do is not address those things. Like,
I think a part of Jake likes it. I always call him the chaos seeker.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there's that
death or trolls that Jake, those trolls don't troll you like they trolled Bolin.
Well, and it's also that same idea of being the defender of justice, if you will.
Justice. That was the name. The name was something Justice. Wow, that's crazy that you said that. That's a sign. What's the name?
It's gonna come in a second. Watch.
Her name was like Diana Justice or Janie.
But you know what I mean? Like but that's Jake has nothing but good intentions. I've never gotten any bad intentions out of Jake. Like,
oh yeah,
and Jake comes off as such a wholesome guy. Like, I'll give it to him. Like, he's a wholesome guy. Like, honestly, I was a little offended by you guys. I thought you guys were picking on him when he was a little off the screen sometimes, and you guys would say something about him or something like that. I thought you guys were picking on Jake, and I almost wanted to go to his defense, and I was like, maybe these guys have known Jake longer than me, and I don't know how to, you know what I mean? And then I talked to you.
You guys don't see as Jake's a heel.
No, I know. I know. There's
you go look at the videos on my channel.
I also noticed it. He does it on his own channel where, like, his intro, where it's like, "Hello, is this an echo?"
Listen, I sent a package to his house, a couple $100 package. It didn't make it there. And did you see? He took a shot on me on air about the mail, and it wasn't even my fault, and I didn't even say it. So when I bust Jake's balls, it's because he'll go on air and tell people secrets, stuff he shouldn't. Like I always say, he's on the payroll because I give the guy money 2-3 times a day for the last 5-6 months. That's what I
That's
said.
awesome.
I know how he talks behind the scenes. He's kind of you'll see.
But no, I've noticed that off of Jake. Like he'll get in a mindset about something, and he will want to totally conquer that. Like it's not something that I don't think he's looking at the large picture when he talks about it. Because I've had him on just with Herman, and he'd want to say something about Herman, and then Herman all of a sudden says, "Hey, be nice," and then he goes into a promo shoot about Herman, and it's just like Herman's the best guy I've ever talked to. And I'm like,
one time he just started screaming "motherfucker" at somebody that 5 minutes before he was saying he was their friend.
oh, I get it.
I'm making a video of a compilation. It's called The Destruction.
I honestly feel like a dick personally. I feel like a dick personally because every time I go into a chat with Jake, I say, "Hey, it's your boy," because I know when he reads that, he's gonna say "skinny penis." Like I'm a dick because I do that, but at the same time, it was him making fun of me originally. But anybody outside of our little circle is not gonna notice that. Like. If anybody has any idea of why it all got started.
He's pretty smart.
No, I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying anybody outside of our circle, like anybody outside of Jake and me talking about this, is going to go, "Oh, look, this kid's trying to get him to say something bad," and that's not the case. Like Herman changed my name in the middle of a chat, and all of a sudden Jake said my name, and that's what started it. And it's actually in a meme that is on the internet. You can look it up. If you look up, "Hey, it's your boy," that's the only meme that will come up. And anybody can look it up at any time on YouTube, Twitter, anywhere. Like you can look it up and it's easy to find. And what happens is the guy pops up and he's like, "Hey, it's your boy, skinny penis." And so we kept making all these different remarks tied to that. What is this? What do you got for me, Pesci?
I sent a J clip. It's 1 minute and 22 seconds from the first video we ever did.
All right.
Fuck
See
off,
how fun
Brad.
this could be.
Show him the sign, Jake.
Fuck off. The one over to his right hand.
Brad, have you seen the sign? Did you see my sign? Brad,
Hold on, Jake. Ready?
go.
Jake used to be better at handling the trolls. We're getting these sound effects down at least. Now I know I can play a sound effect. I learned that from Russo.
Mountain time, I got a thing for you.
Should we send Kenny a link?
Hey, what's up, Spencer Green?
What up, Spencer? Hey, it's sexy Kenny Chow.
What's up? What's up, Hayden? What's up, my sign?
Jake's in a bathroom. Well, at least we got that chat working tonight. Yeah, keep that off. Keep that sign up, Jake. I like that sign a lot.
Hey,
when we go like
Brad. That? Hey, Brad, got my sign? Brad, this is for you, Brad.
Just for you, Brad.
Anybody that wants to come on the show can come on the show. That's the end of it. But yeah, see, he used to handle trolls better.
Well, I think that's what I want. That's what I want the most from him, is to not pay attention to that and let it drag down from his conversation. I say that to Herman. I say that to everybody I talk to, is don't let anybody, like, I don't know, like whenever somebody brings me to bringing up my YouTube, or when I have to go and pin a comment or something, that's the only time I see my like to dislike ratio. I do not look besides when somebody draws me to my own channel. I will never go back and like worry about how many people have disliked my goddamn content. Like, I feel like it just fucks with your head. There's no reason. It's like Joe Rogan talks about when he's like, "Oh, you go back and read all the bad comments about yourself." Like, that's just self-deprecating. Like, there's no reason for it. If people like your content, keep doing what you're doing. If people don't like your content, it'll show. Like,
right.
There's no reason. There's no reason to roll around in the dirt with them.
No, yeah, no. I don't let the trolls. Like I said, I've never blocked anybody ever. I usually let the mods do that. I just said there's certain people that they eventually say the thing you can't say, and you got to get rid of them. Those names we already knew. That was the only reason why we were telling you.
That's why I was glad you guys did it. Yeah. I was glad you guys did, but you were the only one that understood that. That's why I was waiting until that point.
Yep.
Yeah. The only name I was worried about was that girl's name because she was like getting irate about it.
Yeah, no, I know, and it was really rubbing Jake the wrong way, and it wasn't anything personal to Jake. I didn't want him to think I was picking on him. It was more of these people have to incriminate themselves before I can charge them.
Exactly.
He also
Jacob Waters
does his dealings with talking with them when they trick him under fake accounts. What this thing I didn't say yesterday is when I saw that they came here and what Servap and Bruce Leroy did, who's Phil Connors and Doyle.
And so today, they were on 3 hours before you or Jake ever got into the chat.
Right.
Like that's what. Like if they're trolls, congratulations for your goddamn commitment. Like they said nothing but nice things. They weren't talking smack about bowling. They weren't. And at the same time, I couldn't say anything bad.
They're not going to act weird in your chat because right now they know you let them in. And they're like, well, we finally got a place to vent. Here's the problem. It wasn't to serve.
But they haven't got to vent. If they wanted to vent, they would be shut the fuck down.
I have videos of these guys taking shots at Hazelwood's dead family. That's Kenny's close friend.
That's fucked up.
Weirdo stuff. Making accounts with my mother's name and sending me a friend request. You got a friend request where they cut and pasted my mother's name and made a Facebook account. I was like, these guys are fucking sick. And Servap was Rob Steele. Rob Steele was a wrestling promoter, but obviously it's not the real Rob Steele. They tricked Schmidt. I go, Schmidt, that's the real Rob Steele? Schmidt's like, yeah. Meanwhile, it was Servap, who Servap changed his name to Jake's List. Went from Jake's List to Servap. All those two other weird names that were in here, those are just accounts they've already made and blocked. When you have to block them, when my mods block them, it actually stays in there. So I still have all the names. And all the names that were in your chat last night were all from the block list. And I never blocked them just to block them. Meaning the mods, they'll end up saying something that you'll see crosses the line, or they're talking about somebody's dead parents, or they'll come as that name, like Bob Hazelwood's dead wife.
Well, and at the same time, like if somebody sit there and talk shit about bowling for 6 sentences,
talking shit about bowling,
I'm done with you after that. Like there's I'm not gonna sit there and talk shit about somebody that's not on here. Like
I'm a mod here too, and I've also modded for
the
other
bowling thing is not my word. People always talk shit about Kenny.
Well, but that's not the thing. Like if you're coming in and not adding conversation to what we're talking about, and you're just talking shit about somebody that has been brought up in the conversation at some point, then you're just trolling. Like I can figure it out right away.
Yeah. I mean, there is a difference between a hearty jest and just outright, underhandedness and trolling, like you said. But at the same time, it also helps us as mods.
That was the first night I didn't see them ever, and I was like, "Wow, they didn't come." And then Jake was on your channel, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Pesci, what's on the menu tonight?
Weed wise?
I got Ghost OG.
Ghost Og. I actually got like leftover shit. I don't even know what the name of it is. It was just something I had in the jar.
So let me ask you this, Jacob Waters. OG, is that original gangster, or is that does that mean something else? I mean, do they name it?
I guess it goes by interpretation, but I would say OG usually goes towards original gangster when you're talking about marijuana strains. Because it is one of the original strains when it comes to indica dominant hybrids.
Okay.
And
you guys ever seen Child's Play?
What's that?
Ever seen Child's Play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Picture Jake as the kid and Servap's Chucky.
I don't know where to take that, Pesci.
Wait a couple weeks and then
Are you
you'll be
talking
like,
about the new
"Oh."
Child's? Are you talking about the new Child's Play? Because that would make a lot of sense with the new Child's Play. But with old Andy,
whatever.
I don't see it with old
I'm
Andy.
just giving the comparison. Picture Jake as whatever kid from any Child's Play. And
So
then picture
if you've seen the new Chucky series, I would tell you that makes a lot of sense. But if you're referring to the old Child's Play movies, I would say it wouldn't make a lot of sense. So they had the actor that played Charles Lee Ray come back for the recent series that they did, because they made one Chucky movie before the new series that came out, and they didn't have the actor that played Charles Lee Ray before doing the audio. Cheers. I'll see you shortly.
Yep.
And but when they had this original actor came back, he brought the character of Chucky back. Like, it's so weird that a voice like that can do so much. Like, there's something about the Dufant, or I can't remember the guy's name, that it starts with a D, but I can't think of his name right now, that does the acting. The first 2 episodes are free on YouTube if anybody wants to get a chance to see them. They're actually fucking good. I was so surprised to see a good Chucky content come out this late in my life.
Watch it. I just kept forgetting to fucking DVR it.
Oh yeah, no, it's free right now on YouTube. Go check it out. It's on the Sci-Fi Network.
Oh, Chucky.
They're giving it out high quality, everything. The first 2 episodes.
Yeah, I've seen every Chucky.
But yeah, if you like the old Chuckies, you'll like this one. We were talking about this the other day. I was like, as soon as I saw Freddy versus Jason, I wanted to see Leprechaun versus Chucky. I was like, that's my next matchup that I wanted to see go down.
Who said that one more time? Who you wanted to see go?
I wanted to see Chucky versus the Leprechaun.
Oh.
After I saw Freddy versus Jason, I was like, Chucky versus the Leprechaun. That's my next matchup. I feel like
they would have never made that good.
Oh yeah, they would have fucked it up. They fucked up Freddy versus Jason, but at the same time, really, I got the nostalgia of it. They played on the storylines well, and they tied it in. I mean, because if you look at when Jason went to hell or whatever, there's a hand that reaches up, Freddy's hand, and it pulls the mask down to hell. Like, they finally tied that in like 10 years after it was fucking made. It took a while, but eventually they got to the point.
I think they overdid Michael Myers, considering the movies were subpar. They just kind of just watered him down.
Michael Myers was a shitty character. He doesn't have any morals.
They seem like they always make a new Michael Myers, and they really only give.
As a horror character, I don't think Michael Myers had any actual like mental prowess to what he was doing. Like, Jason wasn't going to kill people that weren't going to be detrimental to his existence or kids' existence. Like,
you know what I would write?
He was killing the people that fucked around and weren't responsible for the kids. Like, that was Jason's MO. Same with like, most serial killers have an MO. And same with horror characters. But Michael Myers killed people relentlessly, regardless of anything.
If I could talk to a writer that do series like Sons of Anarchy or Sopranos, I would say you should do a Friday the 13th series, but start season off 1 when he's a kid. And show some of the fucked up shit happening to him in Crystal Lake. With it being a series show, you'll have time to...
This is why you need to dig into Chucky more. So... And the 3rd episode of Chucky,
with Jason being a human and Chucky the doll.
The new Chucky series, what they dive into on the 3rd episode is the life of Charles Lee Ray, the serial killer that eventually took over the body of Chucky.
Yeah.
They actually dive
I know.
into him on Halloween and his actual mindset and what he was up to and why it eventually got to the Chucky doll. Like
Remember
that
when
to me,
Chucky
like the
part
prequels
3?
are.
When Chucky's with that black kid and he goes to Andy, he goes, just think, Chucky's gonna be a bro.
I mean,
You don't remember that? That's what Chucky said. He goes, hey, Andy, just think, Chucky's gonna be a bro. And he's got his pipe in his hand. Because he told Andy he didn't need his body anymore. He goes, wrong again, Andy.
There's a funny line. There's a funny line in the new one where Chucky's talking to the kid that he's involved with, and I can't remember the kid's name offhand, but he happens to be a gay
homosexual.
Yeah, a gay gentleman, and Chucky uses the reference. He was like, blah blah blah. My son was transsexual because he was talking about the son that he had in the seed of Chucky.
Chucky should not be having a conversation like that. Yeah, my son was a tranny.
But it worked out so perfect. He sold it so well, tying into the old storyline. Oh no! I'm not big into woke culture. Like that's not my thing.
No, I don't think you are either. I don't think you are.
That's why I think it's so crazy that this worked out so well. Like if you watch it, you'd be like, oh my God. Like I hated the first 2 seasons. I mean, the first 2 episodes until I saw him tie this all together, where he was like talking to the kid, but then you knew it was still Chucky because in the background he was making it seem to this kid like he was protecting him and keeping away from all these bullies that were calling him gay and all these people that were picking on him. But in the background, he was literally killing everybody that he encountered. Like it had nothing to do with protecting this kid. Chucky just likes to kill people. Like that to me held to the Chucky character of like there is no moral value. I'm gonna trick you into thinking like this is something I'm supposed to be doing. I mean, I am that good guy doll that's here. I'm your friend till the end. But at the same time, he was killing everybody in the background.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, and that to me tied it in so well. Like the woke part didn't matter; they tied that in as just a almost a character flaw to the kid that was involved. Like it was a way for him to be more involved because he had an extra interest in Chucky because he thought Chucky was relating to him when Chucky was not relating to him. Chucky was just killing everybody. Like that
you
to me.
A wolf?
Yeah.
Wolf?
Yeah. Very,
this movie, a doll?
No. I'm saying it's very much like a wolf. But no, there's no wolf in the movie. But he acts like a wolf when it comes to the sense that he was tricking this person into thinking, "Hey, I'm here to protect you." And in the background, he's literally just killing everybody that he encounters. And instead of making it seem like he was protecting this kid and doing things and for this kid, or doing this thing for Andy, however you want to take it, like Chucky, he holds a good character in this new series, and it really fits the old Chucky movies very well, even though they have a woke idea that's in it.
I'm definitely going to get it to check out. I mean, that's for sure.
Dude, I would recommend it to everybody. I didn't think I was going to like it in the beginning, and I gave it a whack with the girlfriend, and all of a sudden we fell in love with it. And I was like, God damn, I hope they release more episodes for free. I'm going to end up buying the whole season because everything after season 2, I think episode 2, you have to pay for. I think they're on today they will be out with episode 4.
Now, I have cable, so I think I have it.
Watch it on YouTube. I always say that's the best way to do it. If Sci-Fi's giving it out for YouTube, so slick,
right? There we go. Good.
But yeah, thank you everybody for that's still tuning in. I'm not sure what we're going to talk about next. We've talked about serial killers and Jake Hudson. I mean, they're not far off the same topic, but I feel like we could talk about anything.
The king of chaos.
The king of chaos.
5. Here we go.
Colby Covington. Is that what we're talking about next? Colby Chaos Covington, who has a fight this Saturday that I'm going to be commentating. I'm doing a UFC commentary on Saturday.
Are you?
Yep.
I'm trying to think of something clever to name the show on Friday. So I could get like a meme made. Like we do a 90s evening with Eve. Jake has the House of Hudson. All
these boys came in to wrestle.
Oh, I got my channel rated by Shady J, who's with Game Chasers. I couldn't believe it. If you watched, it was in the middle of the stream. And he's actually a big streamer. I was just joking around, said I'm live. You could click on the channel. And he actually did. And he brought... This guy's got a real giant following on YouTube.
Who is it?
They play retro games. You guys check them out there. They're called the Game Chasers. That's the head channel. Game Chasers. They'll pop right up. But it's Bill Hudson and this guy, Jay. But Jay has a channel called the Shady J channel.
Okay.
Where he plays like old games and shit. And his other buddy, Bill, only streams one day a week on Saturday. But I always been showing up to these guys' streams. And to where I just said, hey, I actually was live when he was on. Can you maybe stop in? And he rated me with like 40 people.
So, Pesci, I have a question for you because you do a little more of the gaming streaming that I've wanted to do. So I have a I don't even know if I should say this if I want to do it, but I have a preloaded system that has a lot of nostalgic games on it that I could play at any time. I don't know if YouTube will actually accommodate me for streaming them on there, or if I have to go on a specific platform. So StreamYard will let me do like a Twitch account and connect it to my account. But I didn't know if I was able to
let you play games.
They won't copyright it?
They'll, even if they do, for instance, if I go on my channel, on the show I just did, the 7 hours, I'm going to see a little thing that says copyright. I'm going to, like, for instance, let me see what it says right now. I wanted to do that because it shows what songs are copyrighted in which way. Meaning they're not going to give me a strike. I'm not monetized. They're going to say, hey, if you get to a point where you wanted to make money, this video you cannot make money on. Strikes are handed out to people that really earn a strike. Playing a video or talking about Donald Trump or whoever isn't going to get you a strike on an unmonetized channel, and they wouldn't strike you anyway. You just probably wouldn't be a part of the algorithm or like you were talking about. But I played music to where if it's bad, they'll block it out. The only thing I've ever had them fully block, and I couldn't believe it, was a Macho Man Randy Savage clip, to where all YouTube says is, hey, this is blocked out. And you have,
and like, I understand the difference between copyright and like community guideline strike.
You could take it out.
My question is, can they still hear it after? Because most of the time they'll either block out the image and make it blurry. But what I've noticed with YouTube, it actually has to do with how long the footage is. If it's
because I was talking over the songs, they gave me a copyright, which was a yellow one, to where only if I get monetized and I wanted to make money on that video, I would have to take those songs out. Right now, the video is posted with those songs. I have videos with Jake in them, with songs that gave me copyright.
What's the longest one you've done where you had to worry about a copyright infringement?
The only thing that got blocked ever, and I couldn't believe it, I was stunned, was a Macho Man Randy Savage clip from 80s with Mean Gene. And they shut the whole thing down.
So that's probably WWE.
They didn't even care about the music.
Preferred.
I'm checking my copyrights right now that I got tonight. Yeah, look, there it is, copyright. And I got them all at the end, too. I was like, fuck it, I wanted to hear music. But let me go to the end. Let me see what they gave me.
WWE would have preferred status when it comes to that. So I would think, their whole library has got to be in the YouTube's algorithms at this point, because they are very stringent on going out there and just striking down their original content, especially when you have a voice like Mean Gene Okerlund that you just know, this is Mean Gene Okerlund here. This is copyrighted material. So, yeah.
Hold on, I'm reading the fucking... But I'm not even close to being monetized, so I'm always like, screw it. Let me figure out how to look this up. I'm actually curious.
You're pretty close to me, Pesci, when it comes to subscriber count. That's why I was so curious to how long you've been on.
I have a Twitch too, and that's where a lot of my paid subs are. Like I made probably people were gifting subs, and Jake was sending me bits. I'm on Trovo as well, so my following's kind of separated because I'm on two platforms.
So I have to note this because this is kind of significant to me when it comes to how long we've been on. Thank you to the 152 viewers that we've had so far.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just to give
Jake will bring you numbers.
People think I'm fucking with. People always think I'm fucking with them when I say these numbers. So I don't do this very much, but let me give everybody a little backstory.
You received a copyright claim. Let's check it out.
I haven't gotten a copyright. The last one.
No red triangles, which means you guys could go watch the video I made and you can hear every song I played tonight. If for some reason I got 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and I wanted to start making money, I would have to take those songs off.
We don't have any so yesterday when I deleted my last live that you were on with me, Pesci, I still have it on the StreamYard, but when I deleted it off of YouTube, it was because it got put to 18 plus. And I didn't know if it was because of that other status or what it was. But I can look at the views from my last few shows, and I usually base it on how many hours they were running. Like we're 5 hours plus in. And so I also take that into account. But I also have a 9-hour one. Let's see. These are 8 and 9 hours. And they're a lot significantly shorter. This is 5 and 9 hours, and these ones are significantly shorter. So I appreciate everybody tuning in. And I haven't had any strange restrictions that I've noticed lately. These are the private videos that nobody sees anymore. One of them has a copyright claim. This one had my daughter in it, so I didn't play it. But yeah, I have so many hours of private footage that I don't show people because I don't do any editing. Like, unless it's 2 seconds worth of editing, I don't worry about it.
Please include your license.
I don't like it.
Fuck it.
What's that?
I'm reading the copyright. Sorry, buddy. I was listening, but I was reading the copyright. See, that's why I was testing those water. I wanted to see. I know 2 songs now that don't have copyrights. So now going forward, I know I can play that song.
There you go. Or just didn't get picked up right. Well, some of them, Pesci, they don't get picked up right away. It just depends. Yeah. Like the algorithm will pick up some right away. I've had videos that I've had up for 3 months, and then eventually I had to go back and change it because eventually they picked it up.
But yeah, I got Twitch too. I like Twitch because when you watch people on Twitch, you get little awards, and you could give those to people. Like somebody came in and gave me a bunch of shit. Eventually, I don't know how much money Twitch takes because this is my first time I've ever been affiliated. and I just got the OBS channel set up.
That's what I'm telling you. Get StreamYard. You can get your YouTube, your Twitch. Too. But that's what I'm saying. You can get your YouTube, your Twitch, and all of that connected on the same thing. And then all your all your comments are all coming into the same spot. I push StreamYard on people a lot because I used to be a big Zoom advocate.
Oh, I run StreamYard and OBS Streamlabs. Those are the two I run. I'll keep my StreamYard.
Yeah, no, StreamYard's really good if people don't dig into it enough. I feel like that's half the reason StreamYard doesn't charge me as much as they do is because I push StreamYard so much. So I've continuously pushed StreamYard ever since one of my guests introduced it to me, told me about the tickers on the bottom. You can run it like a basic TV news show. You can have tickers on the bottom saying whatever you want. You can have banners. You can pretty much do whatever you want. It's nice. It's nice to just keep things going however you like it.
Yeah. No,
Today I learned.
This is
that could be a topic for you. Just how do you use StreamYard? What's your take on it?
Yeah.
Well, for me, it was the first thing I ever used.
Material right there. I guarantee you there is someone like me who has never used StreamYard before. And someone that just go through it and say, hey, look at this. Look at that. Oh,
so
wow.
Welcome to StreamYard. I'm Joe Pesci.
I'm kind of on a borderline point where I don't know if I'm going to want to do it too much longer. But I feel like we need to wrap tonight.
Servat.
Yeah.
Say that again?
I feel like we need to wrap tonight because I came on your channel and
I'm not a rapper. Sometimes I just kind of
no. You told me
I'll watch you rap. I can't just start rapping.
And everybody in your chat immediately asked me to rap, and you couldn't let me on the live. So I feel like this needs to be addressed.
I would have had you on the live. I always tell you could come on.
No. You were on a different service where you couldn't invite people on. Yeah.
So when I'm on Streamlabs, I can't send links. If you had a Discord, I could hook you up through Discord, but I gotta learn. I'm still learning.
Yeah, no, I totally understood it. I was just respecting other people. I was like, hey, everybody's asking me about, and then you also built me up like, oh yeah, he said we were gonna rap the other day, but we never did it. And I was like, oh, so I gotta call Pesci out. We gotta spit.
If you would have been on tonight, the end of my show, and saw how much fucking energy we could have rapped then. I played literally like 45 songs. Damn, I said we're going for the copyright record. I was screaming, doing shout out to Jake, all that shit.
So I have to show this is my big flex that I like to show off to people. Let me see if I can share this. This is the one thing about YouTube that I really like is it will show you your views for the last 28 days and also your watch time. Watch time is very significant when it comes out. And by the way, on this stream, we now have 181 views.
Now, how I look at it is, it's mean you are monetized. Is it really important yet? Doesn't that only factor in?
No, it's not at all. But at the same time, yes. I think it's important, but it's not important in the eyes of YouTube. It is important in the eyes of like what we're doing as creators and how long we've been on the platform. Like Pesci, you could also agree to this. Like if their requirement is 2,000 views and 500 watch hours to be monetized, and I did that in 7 months, like that to me is
have 1,000 subs though.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's other stipulations to their things, but if I can accomplish that and 130 subscribers that are actually more in tune to my content than 1,000 plus, like what does that show you? Other people are doing sub for sub in order to get monetized. That's what it shows you. Like the demon phrase that you can't say on YouTube because you'll get demonetized is sub to sub. I don't ever use that phrase for the simple fact that I don't look for that out of people. Like the only people I talk to are people that are interested in my content. I don't want to talk to anybody else. Like if you're not interested in my work, scroll on. Like I say the same thing to the trolls and anybody in between. But that's why I think it's so significant that if we can put up numbers like this, like as a channel that's only been up for 6 to 7 months, like that's insane. Like YouTube has no idea like that channels are doing this. Well, they know like if they looked it up, but at the same time, these are the channels that should be monetized rather than the people that have 2,000 plus subscribers and they're putting up the same numbers as me.
There's videos me Schmidt did with bowling. I got a few thousand on them. One's with Dundee, one's with Damian Sandow, Kevin Kelly.
Do they have to, like, what kind of lengths are you putting on those videos?
Rico
I'm curious because I always am curious to see what is getting the most views because I feel like short content gets high views if it's edited and it's a short clip. But for some reason, when I'm trying to get watch hours, I know it's more beneficial for me to run longer streams. Especially with people that are interested in my content.
I'll tell you how I look at that. What's funny is I know how it has all those. I told myself until I know how to use all the computer, know how to, do A, B, and C without having to get help or anything. How I'm looking at it is I'm not even concerned about the views or anything yet. I'm just trying to meet different people because you learn eventually it's more about kind of like the good relationships you build.
Yeah,
that's
exactly what our whole page is based on. It's community to me. Like I'm trying to build a community that all supports each other, and that's one thing I try to gear away from anybody that follows my chat is if you've come in here to talk shit about somebody else, you're probably not going to be welcome here. Like.
That's why I stay, and that's why I keep coming back. Jacob, you are one of the most real people I know. Very rare.
I appreciate it, Terry. I don't know, like I don't know how I come off sometimes, like just insider perspective of like how I portray myself to others. And I've said this online. I'm a super conceited person. So I try not to take any compliment like that as a serious thing. Like I've already diminished everything you're saying, and I feel like you're trying to talk me up. But at the same time, I'm trying to respect what you just said. I don't
level to level.
I know it's not that, but in my head, I put it as that. You know what I mean? Like, I know you're trying to be nice. In my head, I've already put it as he's trying to be nice to me.
I believe in giving confirmation of mutual friendship.
Well, take my circumstance with Kenny, for instance. Kenny's been mean to me a bunch of times, and I was able to look past that. And it's like sometimes people bust balls, sometimes people get worried. Like Jake, for instance.
How so though, Joe? Like how do you think he takes advantage of you or?
No, he never took advantage. But I'm saying he'll make a comment to where he says he's working, but I can tell it bothered him. Like the one day we happened to be head-to-head, and I wasn't going head-to-head. He's the one that revamped that, made it sound like we were going head-to-head. But I happened to go live when he went live, but I had him on in my house, and I saw that it was bugging him, and I kept playing along because usually he's busting my balls on stream or muting me or doing something silly. And it was funny to see his balls getting busted for once, and he was taking it personal, a lot more personal than I ever.
But you show me with that you have the different mindset that a lot of people don't have when they're content creators on YouTube, is where you're worried about that one dislike, where you're worried about that bad comment.
I wasn't worried about that.
No. It sounds like he was. He was worried about you being live. Well, he was live, as if you were going to take all this attention away from him. If you're a content creator, create your content. If people want to see it, they'll see it. If they want to catch it later, they'll catch it later. Like, it's this idea that
See, on
what
YouTube
you
and
have is
Trovo,
more
I'm more set
important
up.
than anybody else is talking about. And I think that's putting yourself on a pedestal. And anybody can do that. And I just think it's detrimental to them being able to create content on this platform. There's so many people out here creating content. The last thing you want to do is diminish others in order to lift yourself.
Right. No, I get it. See, I think the stuff you guys talk about's different than the shit that we're always fucking talking about.
And I always give credit to the people that are talking about this shit before I talked about it, because they're the ones who got me into it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to compliment people like Aaron Moriarty or Gary Legier, the people that have been doing the topics that I've wanted to talk about on all of my shows. But I do a middle ground where I invite all these people on, and I've got to meet a lot more people and build a better community. And I found a lot more topics by opening myself up to people rather than being like, oh, I only want this content, or I want to name my channel this because this is the only things I like. Like that's why I liked that you named yourself Sergio Pesci on
Sir
YouTube.
Joseph Pesci.
Yeah, because at the same time, like, you're just going off your voice. You're not going off of anything else.
And I've never called myself Joe Pesci. Everybody else did. The fans came up with the PWO.
Well, that's how it is with
the one that
nicknames.
started calling me that.
But that's how it is with nicknames. You don't give yourself your own nickname.
Yeah, I was
let
always
other
told
people give
that
it to
about Pesci. I just never said, okay, I'm going to go by Pesci. I always had different nicknames, like Always Smoking or Future.
And you've told me you've had content creators just bring you on for your
From
voice.
a chess player. Yeah, well, that was when I was in broadcasting school.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that's significant. But like when people are just using you for your voice, it shows you that you have something there.
Yeah, I always, like I said, I went to prison and screwed it all up. I mean, once you get out of prison, you can't really walk down to the nearest radio station and get hired over some guy that's got like a Ohio State degree, unless you knew somebody that get you in the door and they're like, hey, this guy's better than everybody. But I never wanted to be a radio guy. I wanted to be
what about the man with the golden voice? You know who I'm talking about. If you know radio, you know who I'm talking about. The man with the golden voice.
Yep. I know that story.
Man with the golden voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever eaten macaroni and cheese?
Have I ever ate it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
He probably produced the ad that you heard involved with that purchasing of the macaroni and cheese. He's the one that did the radio ad. He's a homeless guy that people picked up off the street that had an amazing voice. That they picked him up literally to do the ad for macaroni and cheese. He got picked up by was it Jimmy Kimmel that picked him up?
Something like that, yeah.
Is either Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon. I believe it was Jimmy something, but it definitely wasn't Jimmy Serval or anybody.
It was something like a video went viral and he got discovered and overnight sensation, and here he's making he
was a homeless guy with a sign that said, "I will say anything for this amount of money." And what he did is he would literally give people a radio voice for whatever they wanted him to say, and he had an amazing voice at doing it. But people would use him in order to promote their own content. Like that's exactly what it was. And people were trying to act like he didn't have other problems, like he just had a golden voice and that was all he was. But then he got money and found himself in a troubled situation again. Yeah. Because they weren't worried about his actual situation. They were worried about them getting their shine for helping this homeless person and them showing people a person with a good voice. When at the same time, his problem was his money was also inhibiting him to have a healthy life because he had another addiction that was going on that nobody wanted to talk about, whether it was on any of these shows.
See, something's telling me that when I have you guys on Friday, that I'm going to get some kind of idea during the show of something they do even better in the future. But watching it, but I'm not going to know it until that show because I'm going to see how stuff goes.
Yeah.
And it's something.
Especially, do you plan out your shows?
No, what happened was there's a couple shows I do where I'll have a topic, but what I would like to do is certain ones have like a theme to where people know, okay, these two guys are going to be on, and then it's, we do that. But like tonight, I went 7 hours. I was just talking about random shit.
Yeah.
And I'll have people on. But I just think I have you guys on and just bullshit, no, it's no like script or nothing. I just think from bullshitting with people, I'll go, you know what we should do? And then, you know what I mean? That's sometimes ideas pop up from other shit. And
no, that's 100% how I run my channel. Like, I've never done anything where I tell people what to talk about or anything like that, and I leave my chat open to everybody.
Change of pace for once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I was like,
it's healthy. I feel like it definitely helps people grow and what to be and people can see that are watching. It's more of an organic talk. Like it's not constructed on what we should talk about or what we shouldn't talk about. Like there's community guidelines that I won't talk about, but at the same time, there's 100 topics that I can touch on. And some people I have guests that only want to talk about the things that are bad to talk about because they feel like just because it's the only thing they can't talk about, that's what they have to talk about. It's not always the case.
There's 1,000 other channels that are talking exactly about what you want to talk about there. As controversial as those subjects are. You can
and I always tell those people, hey, go sit in a rumble in an echo chamber and have fun with it. Like if that's what you want from your online experience, go ahead. I know that this
gaming because the people I meet online, like the other day, these people thought I was using a voice mod, and I do have one, but I wasn't using it then. I'm like, no, this is how I really sound, and you get funny conversations from that. I'll be posting some videos that you can check out to where I'm arguing with these guys online about my voice, or they think I'm making this up, or I'm not. Yeah.
No, a lot of people like. I was talking to my girlfriend. She was sitting there right next to me when me and you were in a private chat, and I was like, "Oh, he sounds like Joe Pesci," and she was like, "I can't picture who Joe Pesci is," and I was like, "He's the short guy in." What's that?
My cousin Vinny.
I don't know if she knew that one very well, so I referred to Home Alone. And I was like, he's the short robber. And she was like, I still can't picture his voice. And I said something to Joe Pesci. I was like, hey, can you say Sticky Bandits for me one time? He said it, and immediately she was like, oh. I know exactly.
When I was in prison, I was called way worse than Joe Pesci.
I don't even think he said Sticky Bandits in the whole fucking movie. Like, I don't even think he said it. Like, I think it was the other guy that kept trying to push it. Like, oh, Sticky Bandits. This is what we should be called. I don't remember the other guy even saying it.
Yeah, that's why I always said people always told me I sound like Joe Pesci, but I never ran with it with a nickname until the show with Bowling, because Bowling's like, yeah, call yourself Pesci, and that guy Sheriff was the first one to call me that. And people started making memes.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Young face. If I'm just looking at your face, you have a young Joe Pesci face.
Yeah, see, I don't hear it.
No. I'm talking about visually. Like I see a young Joe Pesci face in your face.
No, you're not, dude. Like I said, everybody I've ever met has said it literally. That's why
I hear it in the voice, of course. Like I definitely hear it in the voice. But what I'm saying is, you also have a young Joe Pesci face.
Yeah, we're still here.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to hang out. Yeah, we don't know why we're still here, but you're more than welcome to hang out with us.
I was getting bored with some of the stuff I was doing on my channel. That's why I want to do the gaming, because there's other people that I know, and then it just kind of gets you integrated with different, people. That'll
No, I
eventually.
agree. I have the whole what's it called? Twisted Metal game series on my PlayStation preloaded. I have all of the Tony Hawks on my PlayStation preloaded. I also have I have the regular Nintendo preloaded games. I have the Sega preloaded games, but I haven't been able to go online and play them. And the Super Nintendo. So like all of the Donkey Kong series and everything like that. Oh my god, there's so many Zelda. God, my god, I could go for hours on fucking games. Like I started with
Yeah, oh yeah.
I
Dude, that's
started with
why
the original gold disc on Zelda. I mean the
when
gold
you're playing
cartridge
with
Yeah,
buddies
on the
yeah.
Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
when
I
you're
mean the
playing with
regular
buddies
Nintendo.
online,
Sorry, I apologize.
Man. Yeah.
you get 4 or
And
5 year
the
players.
Mario Brothers Duck Hunt combo. There's nothing better than the Mario Brothers Duck Hunt combo.
Yeah.
Well, the guy that raided my channel today, that's what they play is old retro Nintendo games.
I love good old retro Nintendo games, but I'm also a big fan of like I think the farthest I get into it is like Xbox 360. I'm not into anything much past that. I like all the Halo games. I like a lot of the stuff they had on 360.
Yeah, I play a lot of different games.
I don't play a lot of new games. I've never gotten to PUBG or anything like that. I was a big Counter-Strike player when I was on the Cyber Athletic League when I was playing on the computer. I got really into it. I was ranked third in the state of Illinois for I got paid $25 plus a match, and that was actually where my income from 16 to 19 was playing video games, and so I got super into it.
A lot of people do that. If you would have started, if they would have had this shit when I was younger and I would have found out about it, I probably have, you know.
Oh, you can still search YouTube for my username, and you can still find some of like people look at my matches like they were like a big thing. It was fun for me at the time, but at the same time, I was still the same guy getting drunk and stoned in the background and playing video games. Like this is just kind of who I am all the time.
Right now, I'm taking a humble approach. I'm not looking at none of the viewers or anything yet. I want to learn how this shit works.
Right. Learn the mechanics.
I try not to pay too much attention to it, but at the same time, I want to recognize it compared to others. Like I want to know that I'm at a good pace.
Yeah. No, I get that. I just don't want people to think that's what like I'm coming for the views. Right now, I'm not at that point yet. I'm just more humble to be doing it. I'm trying to meet different people and maybe come up with ideas. Like eventually, I'm going to be doing a Mario Kart tournament with Marty the Mall. Marty the Mall's schedule's fucked up.
Mario Kart 2 or nothing else, because I feel like Mario Kart 1 is so. I have Mario Kart 1. It is the worst fucking game to play. I'd rather play. There's a Crash Bandicoot version of Mario Kart that's just as good as Mario Kart.
Sweet.
Yeah. Now the Mario Kart I'm talking about is the newer one, but when you got 8 guys racers on there and you can hear everybody talking, it's actually a fun game. And eventually we'll get tournaments set up. And he's a wrestler, you know. Currently, I mean, he's not working for any of the companies, but he was with Rocky Mountain. And he, you know, whatever the indie groups are, he's kind of floating around. But he's also friends with Sledge, who was working for Ring of Honor, but obviously they just sold Ring of Honor. But Marty the Moth was the Lucha Underground champion. Here, let me get his picture.
Pesci, that kind of answers a question that I was going to ask
And
you.
I met him through Jake. I met this guy through Jake. He sent me this picture signed, and he put, I call Yoshi, because it was the idea I have to do this Mario Kart tournament to where we're going to bring in racers. You know what I mean? And people love playing kart. It's fun. To where we might do tournaments, eventually lead into Smash Brothers. But the networking and the people you'll meet through the gaming could be impactful.
Neat. And you kind of also like answer my question because you mentioned the Rocky Mountain Pro out there in Colorado, and I also heard you mention Russo in the video that you played earlier with featuring Jake the Snake, showing the sign and everything. So
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, have you actually?
Well, Kenny
worked-
was friends with Vince.
Okay,
He
I was
knows
going
me.
to ask you if there was a connection there that you had with Vince Russo.
Well, Kenny knows him, but I used to be in Vince's chat on Twitch and on YouTube.
Yeah,
Just a watcher when he would go live, make donations,
yeah.
you know.
Okay.
But Kenny was the one that let me come on his channel, meaning I made a bargain with Kenny. I said, hey, if I made a donation of this amount, can I come do the show?
Yeah.
And when I came and did the show, I have it on my channel. It's me and Kenny's first appearance. It went so well. And I told Kenny in the show I knew it was going to go well. Like I told him in the DM, and he said, anybody that calls their shots in the DM usually end up falling flat on their face. So he didn't see me last more than 30 minutes. We ended up doing 3 hours. And that's when I became Pesci, to where I always had my eyes set on Twitch before I met Kenny. But Kenny kind of brought me in a different world where I met Jake and the other guys that listen to me.
Yeah.
So
What wonderful. Yeah, I was fortunate to have just kind of rubbed shoulders with Vince Russo briefly in Total Nonstop Action when I was there in Nashville, and all positive things to say about him. And he's also one of those gentlemen that I actually admire because I had a subscription to WWF magazine all through school, and he was of course a writer for that magazine, writer from cover to cover. And I also remember he was an admin for the AOL America Online keyword WWF, and he would put up articles and music and information on the WWF at the time. And that's it. Really interesting that you've interacted with him.
no, Vince is definitely a nice guy. Kenny did shows with him.
Yeah.
The angles that Vince does nowadays, I wouldn't necessarily want to do a show with him because he just seems like he's fat up with wrestling, and there's other
He's
guys
out there. Yeah, it seems
You
like
guys would like the political show me and Kenny do. I show him clips from the right, and he just has to go off on it.
You told me you pushed Kenny's buttons a little bit with some of your clips.
Well, it has to, because it wouldn't be a good show. And if I'm going to pay to have him on, that's done on my channel. Like I flipped the script to where I have him come on my channel. What happened is we got into an argument because I fucking made a donation and brought clips on, and he wasn't playing the clips I really wanted to play. And I got pissed, and I went on my channel and I said, I ain't coming on there to do that clip show unless I play the clips I want, and we'll do it on my channel. And after a couple of days went by, he eventually agreed to it, to where now he likes coming over there and doing it because he makes a couple bucks for his time, because I never waste anybody's time. But it's also good content because it's him talking about politics, and that's all he watches all day is news. He might know old wrestling, but Kenny watches politics to where he knows all the names. And I'm not saying he's right about his grease, but you can know he watches. I have no idea what the president does. Like I said, I've never voted a day in my life. I get a kick out of him saying
just to give everybody a little pretext, at least on my channel, I've had one guest over all of the guests that I've had that has asked me for a donation in order for them to be on. And I think that's interesting. It shows a lot about. I just think it shows a lot about somebody's character. There's a difference between somebody offering to do that, which I think is an over and beyond, assessment.
Kenny could rub a lot of guys the wrong way because he does it. That's why I said only.
No. Over and beyond, I think is a great thing. I think if somebody's offering that thing, but behind the scenes, but if somebody's requesting it in order to be on the scene, like I think it's a whole different thing.
Yes.
Right.
I mean,
no, I get what you're saying.
Pesci, I'll tell you straight up, you don't need to donate to me in order for me to do an interview with you or anything
But
like
I
that.
like doing
I can't speak for other people. I just speak for myself. I said I like to. The reason I started this channel is because I like to talk to people and meet people that are like-minded with myself and want to talk about things. Like that to me is enough enjoyment for all of it. I get enough donations on my channel where I keep my channel running.
So usually by sub. I said a lot of my guests I meet, like from Jake or whatever, they're on Twitch. So I usually buy them subs. And you're not on Twitch. I just said I would make a donation.
And you did,
For coming
and
on.
I don't know
It's
if
just
you
a
heard me.
streamer thing.
I don't know if you heard me compliment it, but I was happy to compliment it. And that's what I mean is you don't have to send me these. I say that to everybody. You don't have to send me these donations
No, I
in
get
order.
it. I know you're not like what. Yeah,
But some
no, it's not
people,
your
but
angle.
some people really feel like that, and there's some people that won't show up on a show without a
You gotta
donation.
remember, I'm the 5-time, not champion, Kenny. The 5-time felon, the nickname stealing, the Joe Pesci sounding, the future himself.
The Joe Pesci
man that
sounding
Pesci.
feeling motherfucker.
As I said, I met way worse guys than you helping a guy out on his stream. That's
But no,
part of
but
streaming, all
I
streamers.
just don't want anybody to get that idea. I'm just literally giving this for anybody that follows my channel. Is the last thing I want people to think is that you need to leave a donation in order for
I'm
me
the
to
guy
talk.
that always brings the money up. I just always,
Hey, Divine
that's just my
Tiffany.
thing. Hey, Tiff.
I've only and everybody that I've talked to, and by the way, I haven't talked about this recently, but Tiffany, we have to do an interview soon.
Oh my goodness.
I've been wanting to have Tiffany on for a while. She 100% agreed to it.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome.
And I would love to have Tiffany on, but we've never. There were some other things that came up, and my schedule has been goofy, and we've never really actually sat and talked about it. But she was more than happy to, unless I've pissed her off in the in the recent future. I would still be happy to have you on.
Too, you know, just to chat about psychic stuff and paranormal and what her modalities are and how she tunes in and receives the messages and delivers them. Yeah, her techniques.
Tiffany, is April
create
still
notes on
going?
that? Yeah.
Is April still going, by the way, Tiffany? I wasn't sure. I was just curious. I knew you were popping back and forth. Oh, and thank you. Yeah. No, I'd always be happy to have you on. Tiffany is one of the first people I got to meet, the first major channels that I met. And I reached out to her. It was funny because I was talking to her for about 2 weeks. And I was like, hey, like, I totally understand where you're coming from as a YouTube creator. Like, don't let any strangers on. Like, I get it. And I talked to her for a little while, and eventually she let me come on her show. And we hit it off. That's how I eventually got to Herman. Is Tiffany is the one that connected me with Elaine, and Elaine actually connected me with Herman. Like, I always give credit to where it's due. Like, anybody that I meet, I will always show the lineage. And
that's why I always give
surprisingly,
introduce with your people.
Yeah, no, and surprisingly, wherever my references come from, I smoke a lot of weed, but my short-term memory is so on point when it comes to this goddamn this lineage that it's come to. Like it's really evolving. Like I can name almost everybody. Like there's 56 regulars that I talk to on a regular basis, offline and online. And I have to keep this lineage in my head in order to treat everybody fairly. Wow. I know it, and this is, I don't know if anybody's ever followed my channel that has, I have this fear that my channel is going to get too large where I can't actually communicate with my small audience that I've had. And that is my biggest fear of this thing, is that I'm going to be that guy that turns off the live chat, and I'm going to be that guy that isn't worried about any of that anymore. Like, to me, this is the funnest part about it.
Yeah. Well, when I do the music thing, like I said, I've been experimenting. I want to see what they do.
Thank
That's
you,
why
Tiffany.
after a year of streaming, then I could start maybe focusing in on views and videos,
Yeah.
schedules. Right now, I'm just
I
trying
would
to
just,
learn how
I
to
would
fly.
just like to know. I would just like to know I'm on pace with other people.
Yeah,
Like
no,
that's
you're doing
the only
great.
reason. That's the only reason I don't look at dislikes. Like that to me isn't important. Like it just
With
comes
your
down
shit is
to
think of the
if
hours
I'm
you're
the only
doing.
one watching my stream, then I feel like I should know that.
I'm saying you do a lot of hours. The fact that you could do that, even if you only had a small audience, eventually, if you had an audience, you know you could do those many hours. So if you did have some themes or something, you go, well, 1 hour I could do this. We could throw that in.
Excellent point. Yeah, you're
I
running a
started.
marathon here.
I started doing this channel with
I did
Mr.
2
Peña.
times where I could eat on camera and I rate the food I eat. People love it.
I've been actually, me and Tiffany and Maria and a couple other people were talking about doing like a food type thing where we cook because I'm very. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me right now? Our oh man, our cloaked unseen world is really here right now. Ryan, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. That was greatly appreciated. So, just like I was just talking about, I met Ryan on Aaron Moriarty's show. Ryan has such a good perspective of things, and I've been talking to Ryan on and off for a long period of time, and I really like his outlook on things. I'm 100% subscribed to his channel, and I follow all his work.
Yeah. Yeah, I like
Well,
Dr.
thank you
Disrespect.
for that.
He's the guy that got me. But I've always wanted to do the game streaming. I know my future is in the games because of the networking I'll do through that. You'll eventually see what I got going with that. But I'm going to do some talking. Like I said, podcast talking to like make
Ryan.
it big. You need to be around in the beginning.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, Pesci. I've loved to get Ryan on here. I've been talking to Ryan offline, but he just seems so busy. And Ryan, I would love to have you on anytime. I want to unpack Andrew Basiago with you because I feel like me and you could get into this topic better than anybody else for the simple fact of what you encountered online that is no longer there because none of us can look at it, and also what me and you both witnessed when it happened. And also I have a great backstory on Andrew because I've been friends with him for over 8 years now on Facebook, and I've talked to him personally, and I still have all the messages. And me and Andrew even gotten to as deep as talking about Al Bielek and what he thinks about Al Bielek. Like, I was running this channel before I started this channel. Like, this is just something I've always been interested in, is deep diving into people's minds. So if at any time you want to talk to me, Brian, I'm happy to talk to you, man. I appreciate everything you do, especially with your self-service work that you do for other people. I'm an at-home care provider certified in Illinois, and I used to take care of a couple with cerebral palsy, and I can relate to a lot of the work you do outside of YouTube as well. So I don't talk about that online at all. That's the first time I've actually brought it up. I guarantee it is when I just brought it up to you, Ryan. So I can relate a lot to what you do. I used to work for DHS in Illinois, and yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you about anything you're willing to talk about. I appreciate it, though. I just got my second strike. Oh, damn. I hope everything works out, man. I don't want you to get your content is it's not very pushing the lines of what I've seen. It's very your own route. I don't think it's I don't think it's pushing the scenes, the stuff that you're showing, especially with like back footage and things that you recorded yourself. Like I really don't think you're pushing community guidelines. I don't know if somebody in your chat did it to you or what, but it's horrible when that happens on YouTube too. When your chat is the one that ends up giving you a community guideline strike.
So, gentlemen, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Cheers to you, Jacob Waters, Joe Pesci. Good seeing you. And we're on for Friday night after I get home from a nice wrestling show.
I'll be ready.
Yeah.
So, alrighty. Have a good night.
Thanks, Terry.
Yep, we'll see you.
What time are you ending your stream, Jacob?
I don't ever plan anything. I have no plan set in mind for that. So whenever
tomorrow, make sure you send me that video. That was the only thing
Oh yeah, I'll send it to you. Send me your email in the private chat too, and then I can send it to you directly. Otherwise, I can send it to you on YouTube, but I don't know if I can share a file that big.
Yeah. I've never got a video via email before.
Yeah.
I wonder if
No, I'll have to do it. I'll have to do it from like WeShare or something like that, where it's a free service that we can share large files with.
I wonder why this headphone isn't popping up. It always confuses me.
Oh, so you were touching on some interesting topics.
Who was?
Oh, Ryan, our cloaked unseen world. Man, Ryan, dude, hey, the link yard's in the description. If you want to jump in, Ryan, you're more than welcome to, man. I'll stay on for another fucking 4 hours to talk to you. I've been waiting to get Ryan on for a long time. Ryan's a deep diver when it comes to conspiracy theories and talking about how society as a whole has been indoctrinated, and just his whole perspective is a different way of looking at things. And I'm glad I caught him at this hour. I appreciate you popping on, Ryan.
Oh, he's coming?
No, just in general, just popping on the chat. I'm
appreciative that's what I told the guy from the Shady J channel. He didn't have to do that. This guy's like I said, they're YouTube famous. Like Brad Pitt wouldn't know who the fuck this guy is, or Dan Marino wouldn't know who he is, but you know what I mean. The YouTube world. And when he came in and rated my channel, that was actually a big thing for me. I was surprised.
Thank you, Terry. Hanging out in the background. I appreciate it. I could always use a good moderator in the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ryan, if you ever get a chance, I really want to talk to you about what you talked about online with Andrew, because this is something that I don't know if you noticed. I was bringing it up in the chat in the community that we were following. Is I think the biggest detriment to Andy's show no longer being on the internet was the fact that he emphasized your episode where you came on one time 7 times after you weren't on. Like, he made that his whole show. He no longer wanted to talk about his time travel experiences or anything else involved in the program. He was more focused on you than he was his own story. And it was really detrimental to his own case.
See, why I think we'll have a good show is some of the questions I'll have asked or have you tell the stories are stories that a lot of the people that are in my chat probably never talk about. And there's a lot of shit I want to hear to where I'll probably think of some stuff while you're talking that I could ask and go.
I mean, I know there's 4 topics I can think of just offhand that aren't wrestling that me and Terry could talk about for hours. Like, no problem.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to do wrestling. Only because, I mean, we could go there eventually. I wanted to ask you guys some questions about that other shit, and ask you some
Well,
questions.
fuck it. I have no problem with you getting the head start on bowling. He's already met bowling. If you want to have a conversation with me before Schmidt does, because Schmidt was talking shit, then I'm happy with it.
Didn't he apologize?
Schmidt? Oh no, I said it online. He didn't even apologize. I was like, I don't know if Pesci brought it up to you or Jake brought it up to you, but I had to admit, man, I had your finger on the remove button. It's like I had him on when I was talking about it, and I was like, and he didn't want to address any of it. He certainly wanted to move to the next topic, but I'm not offended by it. Like, I get it. Like I told Schmidt, I appreciated when he opened up and was actually talking to us. But when he was being like real is when I enjoyed the conversation. When he was trying to diminish other people, that was when I was like, man, I don't really feel like talking about this.
I thought what's crazy is I actually missed that part. I don't know if I was smoked out.
Ryan, hold on. Let me see if I can send that to you real quick. If Ryan's available to join with us, I would fucking love that. I gotta connect to Facebook in the background real quick.
Well, like I said, there's so many things I want to learn how to use first.
I wish I could get more into the editing process. I would love to turn, because most of my shows are 2 hours plus. If I can make a clip show.
I mean, if you ever need help, I'm pretty good at it.
If you're good at it, Pesci, I'll give you all my content and make a clip show out of it. That's what I liked about Joe Rogan is he had somebody come back and edit his stuff and make a clip show where people were interested in certain topics.
For instance, I make my microphone smoke. I'll like the top. I can put your name stuff. You know what I mean? I experiment with a lot of shit. See, Jake was good for a lot of clip shows.
Yeah.
But if you take little shorts, why shorts are good is because it kind of gives people an idea of, oh, you'll get that. Because some people aren't going to obviously watch a whole 6 hour stream. I'm almost surprised how many people hang around my stream for when I go as many hours. I always say, oh, well, if people could just go away, I'll concentrate on the game. But the other day, the game started going well to where I was meeting people in game that started following my channel on Twitch. And Trovo is what Jake showed me. I never knew what Trovo was. And Jake met this guy, Rev Sauce, and Rev Sauce did a lot for my channel behind the scenes. Him and this guy, Frank. But there's so much more shit I'm still doing. Like a lot of my videos, I got a lot of Jake videos being released soon. I'll tag you when I release them. You'll get a kick out of some of them. But I always bust Jake's balls because that guy's been talking to me behind scenes for months now, before he was even on air. When we were on Bowling Show, and Bowling didn't even have him on like that.
How long has Jake been online, if you had to guess?
Oh, he's been online for years. But his concentration, and when he started doing shows with me, and he'll tell you this, because you could get more out of Jake when he's with more people. When he's by himself, he's too focused on everything else to where he's usually just quiet typing.
Yeah, or singing.
Yeah, well, when he does that, that's good. But he'll go away from that. Somebody will put something in the chat, and instead of knowing that he could just get rid of them, he'll let that comment bother him. I always say, Jake, no one's even paying attention. There's like 2 people watching. Just look at it and I'd never address the trolls. That's why everybody has a wrench. The people with the wrenches will know when to get rid of somebody. You know what I mean? It wasn't with Servap. Was once we knew Servap was, I had to get rid of him, knowing this is a guy that made an account of my mother. This is a guy that was tormenting Jake to where Jake was screaming, where I got videos where he has no voice from screaming at one troll that was making 90 accounts.
Well, and that's what I worry about is
That's why we saw Jake's
people
eyes.
spending too much attention into that. You know what I mean? Like I can tell when Jake's getting worked up by the chat, and
See, I'm
the
gonna
one
play
thing I'm
along. I'll
telling him
play
is, hey,
along with him.
don't worry. Yeah, I mean, I try to play along with him, but I don't want to lead him on. You know, I want him to understand, like, hey, I see what you're talking about. I'm not trying to disenfranchise what you're talking about. I'm trying to address what you're talking about, but at the same time, I
Don't
can't be
ever
mean
take
to
anything
them.
they say serious. These guys are nutbags.
Yeah.
It's two guys.
No, and I get it. If they wanna play those games and play nice on my channel, that's fine. It's whatever.
They were bold
As
and
soon as
strong.
they say something bad, they got banned. Like
Right.
it's as simple as that. But I don't want Jake to overthink it because I do care about Jake as a person. Like I don't know Jake that well, but I do know him the way I know Herman. And Herman puts a lot of pressure on himself. Jake puts a lot of pressure on themselves, and a lot of people that I have on my interviews, my podcast, whatever you want to call them, they put a lot of pressure on themselves about performing, properly in front of everybody. And I'm like, that's not the point here. Like I would rather have you open up and be yourself than I would have you look good in front of everybody. One's more important to me than the other.
Right. No, I get what you're saying.
Ryan, I shared the StreamYard link in the chat if you want to join in. It's also in the description and in title. You're more than welcome to join in. I'd be happy to have you. If you just want to hang out in the background or you don't want to show your face, that's totally acceptable. I'm surprised that I actually caught you on a good hour. I don't actually know where you're located, so I appreciate you stopping in regardless. Oh, that is Ryan. Okay, I recognize that face. Howdy.
I wish I knew how to work this setup as good as you. I'm still learning the streaming stuff myself.
You on a phone?
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now. My computer is shut off. My main computer.
Are you a Zoomer? Do you usually use Zoom or what do you use?
Well, I use right now. I chose Streamlabs for now.
Okay.
Seems to
That's where I'm at.
the easiest way that I'll hook up more than one stream at once. I stream in two things at once, but I'm about to add a Twitch and DLive, I think, and I may even add Odyssey too. I have I just set up a Twitch account tonight, and DLive changed my name to my R-Cloaked Unseen World, and now that I'm only got the foxhole right now because of YouTube putting me another strike. So now
how'd you get a strike? You got a strike?
Yeah, I was talking too much about stuff they didn't want to talking about. So they don't have a legitimate reason to do
when
it.
You say stuff you can't talk about, I remember I was talking about trains and shit.
Ryan, I got two community guideline strikes in one episode. We were talking about a current pandemic that's going on, and I got recognized as someone that is a doctor, apparently, because I was talking about misinformation as if I'm a medical expert, even though I emphasized that I wasn't a medical expert. And I totally understand where you're coming from. And my final community guideline strike will be up on November 17th. Finally.
Well, I got one about 45 days ago or so, and then actually that was my second, but one I got before that was like way past 3 months before that. But yeah, the first one, the one I got recently, the one was for a song I played on my channel.
Wow.
Well, why would they give you a strike? They've never given me a strike, and I played.
What was the song about?
The so-called terrorist movement that I'm part of, or
okay. That's why.
They made a song about you being a terrorist.
I was gonna say no. There had to be more. There had to be more intent because YouTube picks intent.
This guy, I'm trying to think how you got a strike for playing music. I've played.
Well, the song was about Venezuela. and it's a song by my friend Severe.
And it went straight to
And
a
it's a-
strike, huh?
Oh yeah, the song got banned several times off YouTube. Yeah, they don't like my friend very much.
Well, and
Don't
this
like me
is
very much.
this is my one of this is
Why,
one of
you're
my
from
favorite things
Iraq
to
or
do.
something?
I'll
I
have
was
to
gonna
be
say,
good about what I say on your show here.
Ryan, this is one of my favorite things to do. Anybody that YouTube blocks, as long as you can come on my channel and be appropriate, I'd be happy to have you on anytime. By the way, if you still need to
Oh
keep
yeah, no, I know what to
and,
avoid.
what's
I know
that?
what to avoid here, and how to talk. So I know
Oh
about
yeah,
how to talk
no.
about certain
I
subjects.
just wanted to let you know you have an open platform here. If you ever want to jump on and join the conversation, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah. So have you ever seen what was it? Have you ever have you went to the Foxhole yet? The streaming app?
No, I haven't. I've been to Rumble and a couple other ones, and
I'm
I
always
really do
smoking
feel
on
like they
Twitch.
turn into an echo chamber at a certain point.
Yeah, the Foxhole is kind of what it is it's starting to get a lot bigger. They're adding channels all the time, but it's a Patriot platform that was built for Patriots by Patriots, and it's separated from the mail system. So they're not going to be like, like people aren't going to be getting kicked off there. They're separate from the big mainstream media corporations. Like
Are they based out of the U.S.? Or are they based on more of a what's it called, like a constitutional guideline when it comes to freedom of speech, or is it governed by some other?
No, it's total freedom of speech, big time. It's like, yeah, that's the main thing over there. But like Red Pill 78's over there. You got Methods. You got Salty Cracker.
What's Red Pill 78?
You don't know
Red
who
Pill
he is?
78 is a big one. You
really
definitely gotta check out Red Pill 78 because Pesci, you're into the same politics that I've talked about. And Ryan, I don't know if you've seen Michael Pena. He's a regular guest on my show that has also been on Aaron Moriarty's show a lot. The Pena perspective on Aaron's show.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's me and him do a show every Thursday, and he's a big Red Pill advocate as well as Aaron. And Aaron's
I'm interested in learning these things. I'm not one of these guys like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? I'm interested in stories. I like Bigfoot stories. I like.
Yeah. Well, my channel, what I do is when I stream now is I just basically I break down videos of nature and show the things that are out there.
Well, and also the things you record, Ryan. Like I've watched a lot of your videos. It has a lot to do with what you record because a lot of people don't catch that nature.
Yeah, I break down what I record, and that's what I basically do a lot on my stream thing. I started this show that I haven't got much traction on yet, but it will eventually. I'm named it Miracles and Other Wonders. People to call in, and I haven't had one call in so far, but I have a lot of friends over there at the Foxhole, but there's a lot of.
Okay, so I didn't even know I didn't know you had a channel on Foxhole because I didn't see a call-in number on YouTube. I follow you on YouTube, but I didn't know you were on Foxhole. So if you ever need a call-in person, I'm happy to call in with you because Ryan, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. I reached out to you 4 months ago, something like that.
That's weird. I'm not seeing the stream move anymore. It's like frozen on my
Yeah, because you're on the phone, it's a little funky.
Sometimes
it
it's a
happened to
little
me when
laggy.
I was at SmackDown.
I'll close off my camera and maybe pick it up quick. Let's see. I think that'll close it off. Or maybe
it should
not.
help a little bit.
It's not turning off. Oh well, no big deal. Hold on, I probably got another app in the background that's messing something up.
But Ryan, if
is that
you
what you're in right now? A barrack or something?
What's that? Hold on a second. The Foxhole. It's a streaming app. You can't find it on. You can't find it on the Google. You have to go to pill.net. Go to pill.net and then you can download it from there.
I thought this pill thing you were talking about was like some kind of theory or something.
No, it's actual. The pill.net is something I don't know a lot about that, but that's where you get the Foxhole app, and they're the ones that are co-creators of the Foxhole.
Imagine a world where you haven't watched the news in over a decade.
Yeah.
That's my world.
Hold on, are you still there? Give me a second. I'm trying to find back where I was here.
Hello.
We still got you.
It looks like he's in a mini golf spot, and there's like a ball of a mini golf, like putt putt.
Yeah, no, that's part of my green screen background. I don't have the other.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, that's part of it. But hold on a second. I'm trying to fix something here. Let's see. I don't want to do that. Let's see. No, I try to fix these settings in here. All right, let's see if this works. It won't let me turn it off.
Say Foxhole. I thought you guys you were in some kind of barrack or something. You might have been live on scene.
No, it's an actual stream app, like I said. Okay, I'm not worried about it now. I got to see you now again. And I'm frozen.
So Ryan, let me pick your brain a little bit. So,
yeah, go ahead and talk about what happened on Andrew.
I'm gonna pour my drink.
With Andrew on Aaron's show.
That's exactly what I want to talk about. And thank you, Chris Baby, for showing in. I know you're a big fan of our uncloaked, unseen world here, and Ryan especially, because I've seen you on his chat. I've seen you on a couple other chats, and I appreciate it. But what I wanted to address is Andrew was diminishing everything you were trying to say to him. And I don't know if it was a misunderstanding or what it was. But the biggest problem that I had with it was he drug it out to over 7 episodes. And I don't know if you saw me doing it in the chat. I was like, oh, we're talking about Ryan again. We're talking about Ryan again. I kept saying it over and over again. I just kept saying it over and over again because I wanted him to realize what he was doing.
Are you American, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm American.
Okay. I didn't know if I was just asking.
Does that make a difference, Pesci?
No, hell no. There's talking about foxholes and cloaks, and it looks like he's got a binky on. I didn't know if he was. I'm friends with a lot of Jewish guys. I didn't know if he's out. I'm just saying.
Scottish. Scottish is what's in my blood. So, yeah, my actual ancestors founded the first Presbyterian church in the whole USA.
Yeah, there you go. That's what
So I mean, I got some history. Let's talk about that. So yeah, you know what? It was that one episode I called in that he almost kicked me off when I was
there with you. I was there with you in the chat, by the way, Ryan.
Yeah.
So I can confirm everything you're saying most of the time.
I'm talking the first time that I called in that he almost kicked me, but he didn't.
I'm a regular Sunday. I used to be a regular Sunday participant until it was no longer a thing.
I got a question when you're done for Ryan.
Yeah. Well, so basically, my mission was there. See, I get these, I guess you could call them downloads or just information, just out of the blue. I'll wake up, I'll ask questions when I'm walking out in nature, answers, questions that I want answers to.
Well, and let's also give a little more context. Ryan, you were donating $5+ every time you sent a message to Andrew.
Yeah, I was donating every week, and then he was still ridiculing me. I don't even know if
it wasn't like you were just messaging in the comments and nobody saw them. You were donating $5+ every time to get your message across to Andrew.
Yeah. I was trying to relay a message to him because he was. It's hard to explain. Basically, he was coming in there just to seem to me that he was coming in there just to tear down other people, and then he would say that he wasn't about that, but he would keep doing it. And I didn't know if he realized what he was doing, and I didn't know if he realized that he could be wrong about some of the things he was saying in regards to other people. He really he's a real opinionated guy. I'm not saying he's wrong about anything.
And it was the indoctrination.
That was it.
that got me into it the most. That was when I really saw it draw out of him.
Because see that
What
was
are you
my
guys
whole.
exactly saying right now? What
Okay,
happened?
so-
You started talking about ET or something. This guy got mad, or
Okay.
So
I wish I
let me give a little the
Yeah, go
pretense for Pesci. Andrew is a claimant that was in a
is he a
few.
time traveler like Macintosh or no?
Yes,
Bigger than
and
okay.
I can give you a little pretense on that. So Macintosh is a regular guest on my channel who is also a
These are
time
the guys
travel
who can't
claimant,
cross paths, right?
and he has also claimed that he saved Andy's life and Barry Saturum in the time that they were on Mars. And Andrew does not want to talk to this person no matter what. And he even had Aaron not allow him to call in to the regular Sunday call-in show because of what was going on between the two of them. I don't understand it, but Andrew was also involved in this.
What's his name down here again? What do you go by the name? Ryan, right?
Well, I just know him as Ryan. It's sometimes I have.
Oh, right. Well, we'll just call you Cloaked on scene. Cloaked, the guy that he's
fine.
talking about.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I mean. A lot of people call me Cloaked just for short too. So.
No, the guy he's talking about.
Yeah, so
Andrew Basciago is the person that we're talking about, and he was involved in some government projects where he claimed to time travel as a young child between the ages of I believe 6 and about 9, and then again when he was in college years.
How come Time Magazine has never interviewed this guy?
He was actually on the cover of Time Magazine.
Yeah, he's a well-known. But here's the deal. I'll try to sum it up quickly for you. So basically, I basically had a mission to try to get to this guy, to try to get him to realize that he needs to be more open-minded about other people's claims and about and not because he has a lot of weight. He's like a big deal, and like I know everything he says is true in regards to his experiences. I have no doubt that what he's been saying is
well,
true.
And I believe, like you do, Ryan, it's his own reality, and he believes what happened to him.
Yeah, and I think that it did happen, but I'm just saying that that happened to him, and then
I don't know but that's where I borderline is. I don't know if that's his interpretation of timelines or if it's his interpretation of his own life or what it was.
No, it's experiences that happened to him growing up, and he just has his memory of them because things in this world.
But doesn't that make you? But doesn't that make you question? Doesn't it make you question, Ryan, implanted memories or anything like that?
That's all a distraction. Those things are possible to an extent, up into an extent. There's ways to. It's this stuff's so complicated, Jacob. But here's the point of what I want.
No, I agree with you, Ryan, and that's why I try to unpack this with people on my channel is because I also think I have had so many people talk to me about their experiences in these projects. I have a regular guest on here by the name of Rocco who talks about his experiences on Montauk, and Ryan Andrew is one of the few people that talks about everything in the program being a positive experience. I don't know if it's because he was an Army brat and because his dad was CIA and kind of gave him some protection through it, or what it was.
That's probably what it is lineages, like blood and lineages. It has a lot to do with it. And I don't know.
You can tell I've been following Andrew for so long. Like I love his story. I would love to believe him. I'd like to put him right next to Bob Lazar. But right now, Bob Lazar is in a different category for me with Andrew Basciago. I don't know if you recently saw. I had Peter Moon on here, the author, who wrote several books about Montauk and about the Montauk experiences. He lived with. God damn it! I'm losing names. Stuart Swordlow. And then he also was with I can't think of the other guy's name.
Are we allowed to ask what you mean by time travel?
Go ahead.
Well, what I mean by it, you're asking what I mean by it, or what's meant by it, because I mean it's the same. It's what. Hold on a second. I lost.
Yeah, we're talking like Bill and Ted, Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, all that stuff is real stuff. Everything you can imagine is something real. It's not anything that's fake. There's a here. I have a poem I wrote. Let me read this poem, and this will tell you exactly my frame of thought and how I think. Okay.
Go ahead.
And it'll all. I gotta find it first. Hold on a second.
Yeah, you're good.
Gotta go to my channel and see if I can even do this. Oh, here I can do it on the. Hold on a second. I forgot I have. Here too. A second, I'm gonna get to it. This will give you an insight of what's going on with everybody. Very good poem.
And thank you, Leah, for stopping back in. We appreciate it.
Hold on a second here.
And thank you to the other 4 or 5 people that are hanging out in the chat. I appreciate it.
Let's see, I'm almost there.
Because I actually think I met Kiz Baby on Aaron's show too. Because I think our Cloaked Unseen World brought Kiz Baby over to Aaron's channel.
Yeah, she's my #1 moderator, a good friend of mine before I even had a YouTube channel.
So let me give you a little pretense. Mud Rabbit is my my #1 moderator from Aaron's channel. I know you've seen Mud Rabbit before. Oh, I hope I didn't lose Ryan.
Get wacky. Maybe
Ryan's still there?
Maybe he's traveling right now.
Gosh, I think we lost Ryan. But if he comes back, man,
are you here now? Can you see?
Yeah, now we got you now. We got you now.
I left the Chrome on my phone, and when I left the Chrome, I guess I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me till I hit Chrome again. Okay, I figured that out. Okay, so here's the poem. Okay, it's called "Imagination is Reality" is the name of it. It's a poem/song. It says, imagination creates all that is, was, and will be, and will continue to do so for eternity because imagination is reality. Everyone is always wanting to prove who is right and who is wrong. Someone's got some background noise in.
Pesci, you got something playing in the background?
Or something for a minute while I'm talking? If everybody mutes the mic while I'm talking, it'll help. All right, yeah, that's better. Okay, let me start over. Okay, so imagination is reality. Imagination creates all that is, was, and will be, and will continue to do so for eternity because imagination is reality. Everyone is always wanting to prove who is right and who is wrong. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Time to relax and stay strong. Laser focused as you go to that one truthful place that has all the facts and has been real and right all along. Only imagination has created all your problems and solutions all along. Imagination is always right and corrects every wrong. Go ahead and doubt that imagination and keep feeding evil all that fearing to be wrong. Doubtful, negative frequency, vibrational energy production fuel. As you just allow evil to devour your heart, mind, and soul in consumption, leaving you nothing but a fool. Can you not now see how easily evil gets its energy? Can you not now feel the imaginary real synergy? Because imagination is reality. Everyone is always wanting to see the sauce, only to remain the galley slave. Imagination is boss and home of the self unindoctrinating and doubt and fear-free brave. Imagination makes all unreasonable things reasonable, all illogical things logical. Trying to use reason and logic without imagination only blocks you from actual reality. Doubt is no joke. Such a powerful energy generator leaves many to generate for evil due to no fault of their own. It equals checkmate, you lose. It's even more addicting than crack, meth, cocaine, heroin, and booze. Fear over here, fear over there, fear everywhere. Gee, I wonder who that generates negative frequency, vibrational energy, brimstone, and fire production for. It ain't nothing good. Don't you think it's about time to abolish that evil broken record lying to you government-ran education indoctrination system that includes Disney and Hollywood? They're all showing you actual created reality, calling it fake sci-fi fantasy, just a fictional lie when it's truly a real powerful black magic spell. They're non-reality of fake fiction cast over you. a deceitful taught and shown lie, keeping you as its ignorant, egotistical, delusional, indoctrinated, galley fuel generating slave. It's time for you to join the real world of the self unindoctrinating, real black magic spell breaking, imagination using, doubt and fear free brave. The analytical mind traps you in a confused, delusional, indoctrinated, defined, dictated, spoon fed, pure, evil, time wasting gravitational box. Round and around you will go, trying to rationalize with nothing but hammered into you shown and taught half-truths to include so many lies. No one truly ever dies. Chasing your tail like a lost little fox, you will remain in your evil created mind prison, foxhole box, as you remain oblivious to the never taught, never shown, never seen, never known. As you remain oblivious, say that again. As you remain oblivious to the never taught, never shown, never seen, never known, then when someone tries to teach or tries to show so you learn what you should truly know, your indoctrinated auto-program fearing to be wrong, analytical, evil created distractor now rules over you. Round and around you again, here we go. Now you're nothing but a zombified, negative rotating, magnetic field generating galley slave. And your taught hammered into your brain ego has stolen your free will. The auto-programmed ego now starts to charge, leading you ridicule, condemn, suppress your fellow man. As you pound your conspiracy foods held by a righteous chest, demanding you are right and I am wrong. Your ego now becomes your ignorance, breeding false beliefs, something, leading you to disregard. Someone's mic's back on. There you go. Leading you to disregard the only real true thing that creates all rights and mends all wrongs, creates and removes all of our doubts and all of our fears, all of our hate, and creates all of our love. God's true power of imagination resides in you and me. Can't you see? It's what divides us and is the only thing that will one day synchronize us all into where we go one, we go all. Then it's checkmate, game over, we win. Decision time is now to take back your true free will and use your hijacked real frequency rotating magnetic field energy generating power of imagination. The one God so graciously gave all of us, making us equal to him in power. Powerful you will be once you see that the sky isn't the limit. Imagination is. And guess what? Imagination, it has no limits. The question is, will you choose option number one, to use your imagination to fight with all of your heart and soul's frequency, vibrational, positive, rotating magnetic field energy generating mighty might? Or for you, is it option number two, to let fear, ego, and cowardly doubt keep running your faint-hearted, doubting, hijacked, analytical, fuel-generating, limit-imposing, created evil prison mind, leaving you hopeless, left alone in a hellish energy-generating grind? It's pretty long, but it's pretty deep, too.
Red pill versus blue pill. I like it. Well, and that's one of the big topics I talk about.
On my end? You said
you had some. I kept having to mute you because the audio is coming through as a reverb on your end.
You have two open mics on your system or something is what's going on.
I don't know if you have the YouTube
he has
open.
your show streaming on the background probably. On a separate, or he's watching something else, or somebody near him is.
He's got so many damn monitors in front of him. He doesn't know what's going on.
I got a question though. First, can I ask you a couple questions, please?
Yeah, sure.
For starters, that was a poem?
Well, it's more than that. It was like the poem and slash song part. There's two halves there, and the other half is more of a.
But the guy who wrote that called it a poem?
That's me. I wrote it.
Oh, you wrote that. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know who wrote. That's why I say you got to let me know. I didn't know if you were reading from like a Bible or a scripture or a...
No, I wrote that. That's my creation.
No, that's very long. I like the stuff about chess because I play chess.
Yeah, well, that had no chess there. I guess there was nothing about chess in there, I think, except for the checkmate.
I'm not too smart, so a lot of it went over my head.
Yeah, I
thought it was supposed to be about time travel.
Well, no, that's not what the poem was about.
I think the point of it is understanding indoctrination, and for me, that was the whole basis of my channel. Is this idea of people digging their feet in the sand and not wanting to talk about certain topics because they were already set in their ways rather than learning new information. Like, I'm happy to hear from other people. The last thing I want is a guest on my show that is digging their feet in the sand and doesn't want to talk to other people.
Yeah. And here's the thing so when I called into the show, that was my point, to try to get him to be a little bit more open-minded about other people's experiences, because he wants people to believe in his experiences, but then when other people have experiences that he doesn't agree with, he goes out and he starts hammering, like talking negative about them, and that's not what we should be about as people.
Well, and it was also a strange disconnect, Ryan, that he almost said that, yeah, of course everybody else can be indoctrinated, but not myself. Like, I personally don't have to testify to that.
Yeah, basically, because the way I was talking to him too, I thought I was being respectful, because
I thought you were too. That was I thought you were too. By the way,
the point I was trying to make to him was that we all are indoctrinating, to include him, and that was my point. And that
myself and others. Well, and he wasn't getting the myself and others, like the fact that you were saying, yes, I also have dealt with
him specifically, individually, and not accounting for myself and everybody else. That's what
he took it more like you were attacking him as a person than you were as addressing society as a whole.
Correct. Well, I'm being serious when Okay, go on. I'll ask him.
That poem that I wrote also for your guest that's about to ask me something, if I were to break that down to you individually, as in each verse of it, and explain it to you, that would be a lot. You would be able to understand it better than. And even though you say you're not smart, you're a lot smarter than you think you are. Trust me.
Well, I'm not like. When you guys are talking about, like, for instance, is time travel like Fight Club, or are you allowed to talk about it?
You could talk about it if you know. I mean, I don't know anything about time travel other than that
it's not like, first rule of Fight Club is,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how time travel was.
I don't think it's one of those topics where you can't talk about it. It's the fact that people have contradicting ideas, and people are trying to get to the root source of where the information is.
The funny thing is, those contradicting ideas, they could all be real. They could all be true at the same time.
I think you guys could probably
different ways to get to the same outcome, right? There's different things you can do to get to the same outcome, right? There's got to be different ways to time travel. There's got to be different ways of doing things, right? I mean, there's always more than one way to
checkmate with all the pieces on the board.
Well, yeah, there's more than one path to a checkmate if you want to use it in that frame. There's more than one path to get there. You can do it in 3 moves, or you can do it in 20.
Yeah, so people get too stuck on their way is the only way, and it's just like, no, it's that closed-minded. And then see, society, how they have indoctrinated everybody is they send us to school, and then what do? They have us to start studying all these subjects that 90% of them we don't even have any interest in whatsoever, that are going to benefit us zero in society in the long run. Instead of focusing on what do we like to do as individuals, because each one of us is different. What do we like to do? What are we good at? Let's hone that skill for us, not only for us, but for society as a whole. Because if you're able to focus your energy and your power and yourself into something you like and you love, it's gonna be a better outcome for you and society, because you're gonna do and something you're good at, get even better at it, and help other people by doing what you're good at, right? Instead of all this distraction, other stuff. What they do is they get us to go to school, then they go to college, and then we learn our particular. Then you have like the medical field. Then you have so many different substructs of the medical field. Then you separate people, like there's blood doctors, there's bone doctors, there's skin doctors, there's just go down the line, hundreds of different types of doctors. Then you got same amount of different nurses. Then you got that's how they separate us. Then they have us focalize on that speciality, and then we get focused into that. Or if we're the same with like teaching as a professor, like my friend's a professor, he's a teacher, so he teaches history at San Diego State. So, but he.
I was going to ask you this, Ryan. What do you
once a week, right?
Ryan, what do Ryan, what do you consider yourself? Do you consider yourself like an at-home care provider, or do you
No,
consider yourself a nurse in a facility, or what do you classify yourself as?
Well, I'm an LPN, but right now I haven't worked since I left with because I'm considered high risk for this nonsense that's going on because I had lung surgery 10 years ago where I died.
Thank you for phrasing it like that.
Yeah, during I had lung surgery during or 10 years ago back in summer of 2010. It was August.
Yeah.
And, I was in the hospital for 9 days, 9 days, and after the surgery they were wheeling me out of the operating room and I coded and they had to bring me back to life, throw me back in the operating room. And it happened right in front of my parents because I coded. So I don't remember that experience other than, waking up in the bed after the surgery all fucking, some of the most pain of my life, man, and I was lucky to survive. And then
when did that happen?
Back in the summer of 2010.
Interesting. So mine happened the fall into the winter of 2010.
Let's see. So now that
I had this way, like I always tell people, I had COVID way before everybody else had it, and everybody was looking at me like I was a crazy person. And for some reason, I seem to have natural immunities when it comes to it. They even said it because I have no problem talking about real medical information. So I've gone to the BioLife Center.
I don't know if that's what I had when they couldn't test
for me. No, just for me. Yeah. I can't testify for anybody else's situation.
Yeah. See, they couldn't even figure out what.
Do you ever get the itch to time travel again?
I never said I have time traveled. I said I think I have, but I don't know. I mean,
no. I
didn't know your story.
And the way I know Ryan is he talked to a time traveler that I also am in communications with, and that person took what Ryan was trying to say so out of context, and then drug it on for 7 episodes, and then eventually turned off his show because people didn't want to talk about his topic.
Well, not just that. Here we go. Because I called in after hearing it enough and said, "This is enough. Is enough. This guy, I need to talk to this guy." So I called in finally, and I finally said, "Hey," I said, "You're taking what I said out of context. I didn't say what you said. I said in the way you said I said, and you wouldn't even let me get any further." And he shut me down, and I triggered him somehow, and then he kicked me off the show. And then after that, his show never came into exist after that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I mean, but not just that. After he kicked me off the show, he berated me for 45 minutes and made a fool of himself.
Oh yeah, because he contradicted everything he said. He was like, "Oh, this millennial coming on," and because I remember it is specifically, and I was like, "Wait a minute, Ryan's not a millennial." And he kept quoting things that were he kept quoting things that were false. It's not on YouTube anymore. It was only the people that saw it live, Ryan. Like literally, me and you and Mud Rabbit and Terry are probably the only people that can talk about this because we watched it. Yeah. We watched it happen. Andrew came back and took off all of that film.
I would like to get off 4 of us together on a show, a show with you, and talk about just this with nobody else.
I got a Pesci Power Hour. I would love to ask these questions.
I'd be happy to have you.
It interests me because I never get to hear it.
Make that happen. But now that I'm on your show,
quick, does Back to the Future and movies like that piss a guy like you off, or are you into that shit?
I don't get nothing pisses me off. There's nothing you or anybody else can do that'll piss me off.
I was gonna say Ryan's always seemed like a.
I like that. I think that way too.
I'm just saying. In general, I watched Andrew tear into Ryan for no reason and on obscene clauses that he made up in his own head. And Ryan sat there, took it, and then was ready to still donate and talk to Aaron and Andrew, like trying to get his message across. Like that's why I was such a big proponent of Ryan. I chatted with Ryan in the chat. Sometimes I was like in the beginning, I was a little more abrasive to Ryan because I didn't understand where he was coming from. And then I got to know Ryan a little bit more, and I was like, wait a minute. Ryan's not out of bounds here. Like Ryan's is the only one making sense with this argument, and Andrew's actually out of the water with it.
Well, yeah, and I was
No,
trying
no,
to
no,
bring
no.
up
I'm
the point
saying
that
back when we were in this chat that me and him were in.
yeah. So basically, to answer this other guy's question, I don't. We all have probably time traveled. I'm pretty sure I was a part of a similar program that Andrew was. I just don't have any memories of it like he does. That's the difference. And I have no doubt I was part of these programs because of just my lineage, or not my lineage, not that, and my history of growing up. When I grew up, okay, so here, my grandfather.
Are you a military brat in any way?
Yes, yeah, let me explain. My grandfather was a World War II veteran. He was an airplane mechanic stationed in Italy, and he was I thought you saw me talk about this on Andrew's show, where
I have.
the one, yeah. So he was a hangar chief at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Well, the reason I asked that question is because of what I talked about with Andrew. I think it's significant because some military brats got treated differently than people involved in the project that were just picked up.
Yeah, and I think that there is a difference in how people were treated in that, and that would make sense to me, just because that's just the way we've been raised as a society to treat people differently, and different categories of the kids and the haves and the have-nots, or the you know, this person isn't good enough for that or good enough for this, or you know what I mean. This is the nonsense that society has corrupted our minds to always be at odds with each other, or somebody being at odds with somebody else, or it's everything's
Have you
about
ever
the
brought
vision.
up time travel on a date and it got weird because you brought up time travel?
No, I never brought up time travel on a date. It's
You
not something I
never
would.
let in with the time travel?
Would you?
Maybe.
Maybe it depends on the date. Yeah, no. Now I would, but because a lot of people know me and whatever. But anyways, like I said, I don't remember doing that, but I'm pretty sure it's something that I've done. And in a roundabout way,
Yeah.
we've all been alive at all different times of in the past. Our souls never die. We just leave and change meat suits. So when my sister passed away, June 12th, 2019, I saw and felt her soul leave her body, fly into me, stop, fly into my aunt at the foot of the bed, asleep, then my mom to the left of the bed, asleep, and then shoot up out of the. That taught me right then and there that we never die. And that was, and I don't never forget, but you know, so basically, you know, so then I'm in school. While I'm in school, growing up as a kid, you know, I guess since I was like in San Diego County. So 5 years old in first grade, I get put into this special program because I have issues with writing, English, and grammar and spelling, and there, actually the main thing at that age was I was slurring my S's and my P's and I had a speech problem, speech impediment. So I had to see the speech. It's called a Slingerland something as a speech specialist, and I would see this person one period a day, every day, for like 5 years of my elementary school. And I don't remember everything that we used to do, other than I would write a lot of sentences over and over again. And I don't know what they were. It's like I was almost think that she was now preparing me for the time we're in now, the precipice that we're in, and things that are going on. Like I was part of a program with good guys to do that, to beat the evil guys that were controlling the world. That still, I don't know if they are anymore, but that we're up into a certain point. And I got says about what's going on now. But I'm not going to get into everything right now. But basically, that was just a part of my background. So then, after that, my dad he goes to Wright-Patterson. Can you turn that mic off again, there, bud?
I'm not even making any noise.
No, you don't have to. You got something in behind you that is.
There's nothing in my house.
Oh,
it's the reverb. It's the reverb in the background, Pesci. It's nothing. It's nothing that you're doing.
Pesci, that's all you got to do. All you got to do is do this, and you'll still be able to hear everything we're doing. You'll still be able to participate. Just mute the YouTube stream you've got that you're watching the screen on. That's all you got to do. Just mute that.
It's like having your phone on when you're calling into a radio station.
Can we hear you now? Is the question. Can talk? Can we hear you now?
I have it muted. Go ahead.
Oh, I have
Okay,
nothing on right now. It's dead
No.
silent in the house.
Okay. Are you watching the YouTube right now?
No.
So the YouTube stream with Jacob isn't playing on your TV
No,
monitor.
it is
Your computer
not.
monitor.
Everything is off.
And
I
I only have the StreamYard link opened. So it might be his speakers too.
I
His
just turned
speakers,
my mic
depending on the quality, your speakers can pick up the reverb of the sound as well.
Go to your settings on your computer and go to your speakers or your microphone and change one of those settings. You'll be able to fix it. Because if you call into other shows with this problem, you'll get the boot over it. I'm not saying you will here.
I don't call in other shows. I have my own show.
But I just want to give you a heads up, Pesci. It's totally coming from your end because when I mute your microphone, it goes away.
I'm going to have to figure that out or something.
It causes an echo, and it's really hard to talk and keep talking. I mean, it's not hard. It's not a very pleasant experience for people.
It's a distraction. I get it.
Yeah. And don't take, if he mutes you again, don't take it personal. If you got a question, raise your hand, and we'll unmute you or whatever. If you can't fix your problem, I guess. How's that sound? As long as you can still hear us.
Thank you, Leah. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, anyways, we're just trying to help you here. So anyways, so where was I? Oh, so basically, so then after that, or I was talking about my dad. So my dad went to school at Wright-Patterson, and if you don't know the history of Wright-Patterson, that's where they took the Roswell plane crash and all these other UFOs that supposedly.
Well, and with that, I'm convinced that at a certain point, Roswell was 100% a distraction. Like it was meant to be. Area 51 in general was meant to be. Hey, look over here because we've already moved everything away.
Yeah. So Wright-Patterson. So my grandfather, not only was he a hangar chief, he was a 33rd degree Freemason. So how many 33rd degree Freemasons are hangar chiefs? Probably not.
Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah.
So I don't know, Jacob, that if you were there, but I called in to Red Pill 78. And he had Jeremy Ray from the MUFON.org on his show, right?
Okay.
And I asked a question. Or I didn't ask a question. I told my story, right? I summed it up a little bit about my dad and my grandfather and so forth, and so forth. But and he told me a story after that. There was a worker, and I thought he said Wright-Patterson, but I rewatched it again recently, and he didn't say Wright-Patterson. He just said that there was a story of a guy that worked at a military installation place for like 20 plus years that did like important work on something, and then they told him when he went to go get his retirement papers finalized, they said, okay, you need to make one more stop down into medical, take your records down there. He went down there, they gave him a shot, and he forgot everything he ever did for what he did. Like he worked there, like everything else he could remember except what he did.
Did they have any definition of the shot that he took, or
no? That was he didn't give too much context. He just said that he just short and summed up the story that had occurred, and that was mind blowing to me because it kind of made sense. It was like, well, I would always try to bring up Roswell or talk to my grandfather about this, and he would act like he didn't even know. Like he acted like UFOs was just conspiracy, and he didn't know anything about all that stuff, and on and on. So anyway, so my dad goes to the college there at Wright-Patterson, becomes a tactical navigator officer, joins the Navy as an officer, as a tactical navigator on a P-3 Orion UFO/USO submarine hunter. Where you go drop, they drop sonar buoys for the submarine. But also technically you would think would be looking for USOs under submerged underwater vehicles. Or whatever, USOs and USOs. So I guess there's two different things. So, anyways, basically, he was stationed in Bermuda and got in a real bad accident. When I was like 6 years old, I remember sitting at the table and I got a call that my dad was in a bad accident and he was in a coma and he may not make it through the night. That's what my mom told us after she got the call. She was crying. And so then I'm sitting there hearing that. Then not even a couple weeks later, I have to go start seeing this psychologist for some. My parents were getting divorced at the time too, so they weren't even together. My dad was, like I said, in Bermuda, and so my dad ended up being in a coma for like 2 weeks. Woke up and had amnesia for a couple more weeks to a couple months. I don't remember the exact amount of time. He won't even give me any of this information. My dad won't even tell me anything. He won't even tell me the dates of this happened. Nothing. He like totally ignoring me in regards to that. It doesn't even want to talk about it. He says it's none of my business. It's not part of my story. You know what I mean? It's like it's none of my business. So I mean, my dad's indoctrinated, and he's also had his memory wiped because that's what happened then when they put him in a coma. I think that they either tried to get him to get involved with things he didn't want to, or he saw something they didn't want him to remember, or something. They wiped his memory in regards to that. Because maybe they gave him the choice to be a 33rd Freemason because to become one, you got to do certain shady things. Maybe he decided he didn't want to do those things, and then maybe my uncle did those things. My uncle.
So what?
Too.
There's a Brian. There's a lot of people that can consider themselves at least 32nd degree Freemasons. And what do you think? What do you think the qualifications?
What's a Freemason?
A Freemason is it's a group or a community.
Well, I don't want to talk. You can't really. That's one of those things that YouTube would censor if I said. So
it's like Fight Club.
Well, I don't even know if what I know if that's even the truth. I mean,
if you and McIntosh are in the same room, do you guys get any weird feelings?
Say that. Ooh. What's your question again?
If you and McIntosh are in the same room or another time traveler,
I don't know if
get like the feeling.
I don't know if Ryan hasn't claimed to be a time traveler, and I don't know if he knows who Mr. McIntosh is.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I haven't seen anything with him. I haven't seen any of your episodes interviewing him. I haven't seen.
I thought he was a regular. My apologies.
Well, no, Ryan. This is McIntosh is a regular on my channel. This is the first time Ryan's been up here. I've reached out to Ryan before, but he stays pretty busy. And
of the shows.
I appreciate it. But Ryan McIntosh is a regular person on Apex TV, and he's one of the people that has been talking about time travel for a long time. I actually reached out to Gary Legier, and Gary Legier is the one who got me in contact with Michael McIntosh. And he is the one who told me more about Andrew's case, and I actually got to meet Randy Kramer through Gary Legier as well, who is another person I'm trying to have set up to do an interview with me soon. But I don't have a set mindset of who's telling the truth and who's not. That's like not my job on the channel. My job is to just hear people's stories.
Yeah, and here's the deal, though. They all could be. You know?
Yeah, I agree. Especially when you're talking about timelines and what Andrew went to and what he saw. Because I think his Abraham Lincoln story is the best example of going to different times and seeing different events.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing that I was trying to get across to him. Is he's often attacking people for saying one thing that contradicts what he's saying when both could be true because they're crossing. I know this for sure. They're crossing timelines. They're taking some of us in one timeline and from one timeline into another, and we don't even know it. So some of the things that we experienced in the world we've been part of is going to be different now in the world that we're in now.
Well, and that's the best way I can always describe when Andrew went and saw the Gettysburg Address, but what happened at the Ford's Theater. That was one of the few events that he traveled to several times, and it reminds me of a bowl full of marbles, pretending that our Earth and our reality is in the center of that. The ones that he was closest to going to were the ones that were relatively close to our own. The farther you get away, I feel like that reality is farther away from our own, and that's when you start getting into, this person had no involvement in what we're thinking about today because decisions are made so differently.
I do gotta say, I got a kick out of his comment when he goes, "You'll get kicked off a call-in show." I don't do no call-in shows.
Well,
Oh no, it was just because of the reverb. It wasn't. If you were to, and I've just noticed it more today than I have actually any other time. Pesci is you did have you did have a significant reverb coming across your area. That's why
I'm gonna have somebody fuck with the settings.
it's possible.
Might be because my headphones aren't hooked in.
well, and yeah, that could be it. And also, when there's updates on the computers, that messes up the settings too.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
I just did a podcast and nobody said I sounded funny during the whole podcast.
Did you have other people in there talking to you all at the same time?
No,
Then that's why.
You were just live streaming.
Yeah, just with
Probably,
yourself. If you had
I'll figure it out.
if you had other people on with you, like Jacob has right now, you would have had an issue.
Right.
And when you're doing it alone, like you said, you probably had your headphones on, like you were saying. And if you put those on, it probably would fix the problem. But it's better now. It's not as bad as it was.
Yeah, no, it's a lot better now.
But something is on in the background.
You might be hearing things. Nothing's on.
No, Jacob's hearing the same
The
thing.
lights are on.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing the same thing. I hear it subtly, but it's definitely not as bad as it was earlier.
There's a fan on.
No, it's
No, it's not like that. It's a reverb from what we're saying because I can hear it coming across clear. It was coming across way clearer earlier. I don't know if you changed something.
What's a reverb?
Basically hearing the same sound come back in the same order that we put it out.
Hey, can you put on your headphones and let's see what happens? Put on your headphones.
You gotta give me a second. I gotta find them things. Those other ones weren't working. I was trying to connect them.
I'm kind of with you on this one, Ryan. I think it's his speakers reverbing back into whatever system he's got.
Yeah.
Because if it's not YouTube, that's the only thing I could think that it would be. Like if it was yeah.
So
if you don't have YouTube on, I don't know what else it would be. Yeah. Besides that.
Unless it's me, it could be me too. Hold on a second. It's possible it's me, but no, because when you have,
I got like a $700 setup.
Do you have the headphones in now? Yeah, I think you do. Nope, no, you don't. But anyways, back to the story. So I was at where. Yeah, so he might mute you for a second till you find your headphones, because it's. Yeah. So anyway, so where was I at? I was talking about my dad getting in the accident. Okay, yeah. So then after that happened, I started to have to see the psychologist. And the psychologist I'd see him once a month or maybe once every 3 weeks or so, and for about a year and a half. And all I remember is going to this guy's office and playing chess with this guy for about 30 minutes out of an hour visit. So I have no idea what was happening in the first 30 minutes of the visit. I just remembered the second half. So he had to have been hypnotizing me or doing something. And whether I know if he was implanting something into me or in my mind or extracting stuff or both, or if I was part of the same kind of stuff that Corey Good happens to be a part of. I mean, all of these things could be possible, being that, because this is where it even gets even more stranger.
Ryan, I hate to do this to you. I gotta interrupt you on the way because I gotta pick your brain.
Does this sound any better? Does this work a little better? You guys don't still hear the fan, do
you? Clearly, you got your audio on now.
It's probably dudes. The guy that's in the barrack or whatever he's in.
Hey, we have another guest in the background. G, if you want to show your face, you're more welcome to come on. It's just a requirement I have for people in the background. If you want to show your face, I will take a screenshot. That way I hold all my trolls
And
accountable.
if you're ugly, you don't get on. Sorry, just kidding. It was a joke.
Oh, no. G just wanted to show porn. He's okay. You can hang out in the background if you want to listen to us. You're more than welcome to. But
why do people come on your channel to show porn every night? That's kind of weird.
Because I share the StreamYard in the description.
I've been streaming for months. I haven't had one weirdo like that.
You know what? Some of those, get this, some of those, people don't even realize it. Some of those are actually where like the deep state is basically, this is what happens. I already know this has to be the case. They've got these people that do that, and then they'll record it, and then they'll set it into an Autobot program, and they'll just keep sending that to live streams to mess around. And it's the same.
No,
thing
you can run a night bot the same way you can run a troll type bot. A night bot and a troll bot is essentially the same thing. It's just the intention.
Yeah. So anyway, so back to the story. So basically, I go see the psychologist. Like I said, I only remember playing chess with the guy, and
I'm a real good chess player.
Okay. I was at one time, but I haven't played in so long. It wasn't that good. I mean, I was good, but anyway. But like, what happens when I play chess is like it takes me about 7 games before I figure out somebody, and then when I figure them out, then I'm very
7 games.
About 7. Sometimes we'll take that back. 3 to 5. 7 after 7 games for sure, and then it's very difficult for the person to keep beating.
Wish we could figure out a way to play online so you guys could see how I play the old chessaroo.
But anyway, so then after I see this guy after a year and a half, literally the day after, or like the week after that, I see this guy, I get set up into the Big Brother program, and then I start to go try to find a Big Brother in this program to then like, you know.
What's the Big Brother program for the people that don't know?
It's a program for the people that don't have like father figures in their lives. That'll be like a father figure, like they can go out and do things on the weekend or the week.
Can they call them Big Brothers?
Yeah, they have to take background. They have to do some sort of background screening in this program before they can even be a Big Brother. Like they have to there's certain requirements that they have to meet.
Yeah, credit.
I know what you're talking about. It's like a leadership program. Yeah.
So the first 2 people I get with, they don't even pan out. I didn't get it. Just didn't vibe. So the third person that I go out with is this older guy, and he ended up being retired, and he just recently retired from IBM, and he actually worked on the Apollo programs, and he was friends with Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Ron Evans. And I got to meet Ron Evans. I almost got to meet Neil Armstrong, but the night that I was supposed to go, the weekend he was coming out, and I was going to meet him and go out to dinner and stuff, is I got chickenpox that week.
Which one's Neil Armstrong, the moon guy?
Yeah.
Okay, the moon
guy.
Okay.
So I got to meet Ron Evans, and like I said, my Big Brother was friends with all of them, and he was the guy that dealt with the computer systems and stuff that were inside the capsules. Where they did the computer stuff, and like if the systems were to break down, how to fix them and so forth. And that's not something he knew all the astronauts personally, because he had to work with them individually, on how to fix things when they broke down. So basically, that's just strange. Like all these coincidences, like part of this. In elementary school, like I said, there was only like 3 other kids out of like 600-700 kids that had the same issue that I had and saw the same stuff. And I don't even know if they had the same issue I had. They just saw the same specialists. Maybe they had another issue. I don't know. But there's only
I always tell people I got a lot of. I've been to prison a couple times. I got a few birds loose.
But see, so I don't. Like I've never been good at grammar, spelling, English. It's never been my thing. But
all right, ready? I got a good one for you. Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot? I got to bet on one of them.
They're all real.
Okay.
Everything's real. You don't know that? Not true.
Ryan, you have a different output. You have a different perspective and output than most people do. You have a more open perspective than most people do when it comes to understanding, the esoteric, if you will. because I mean, you're definitely a lot more open-minded when it comes to outside perspectives than most people would accept in the mainstream.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so when you see stuff like I have been a part of stuff like I have, like seeing my sister's soul leave her body, fly through me, and then not even a week later, I get home and I'm recording from the channel that I just started and named Our Cloaked Unseen World. I'm recording out in my own yard, and I record a Bigfoot knock the phone out of my hand, moving through a portal so fast it can't happen. So fast you couldn't even see it come or go.
This was the time travel day?
You know, the wild one I saw, Ryan, that you had was the one that was in the house that was over that like ledge. And
go back to my channel. You haven't been there recently. I'm taking it because I uploaded the breakdown of me breaking down the Bigfoot and coming through the portal to knock the phone out of my hand.
Well, no, I haven't seen that one, but I have seen the one. The last recent one I think I saw was the one where he was over the ledge, and you could make out his face. Like, it was very clear. Like, and as soon as you slowed it down, I saw it.
You want to hear something crazy? My nickname in prison was Future.
Okay, there you go. That's not bad. So basically, so actually, why don't you do this? Why don't you go to my channel now and play that breakdown for people? It's about 7-8 minutes. It'll blow everybody's mind who's on. You'll see the name. Actually,
pour something to drink.
Actually, play what Salty Cracker says about me in there too, if you know who he is. If not, you'll learn who he is. This guy's big. He's got like hundreds and thousands of, like 800,000 viewers. Yeah, he's big time.
Hey, Leah, you're more than welcome to be on. I don't know if you want your camera on or off.
Me or?
No, we have somebody in the background. I didn't know if Leah wanted her camera on or off, or how she wanted to do it.
What?
But I'm pulling up your video at the same time, Ryan.
Yeah, it'll say breakdown. Breakdown of Bigfoot, so or whatever.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm pulling up things at the same time. You guys can talk while I'm pulling this up.
Yeah, what's his name again? On the guy in the background there. The headphones didn't fix the problem, I don't think. Let's talk again. Actually, maybe they did. Did you just put those on?
I was gonna say I don't hear him. It was a sound thing that he put in.
Mr. Cloak, do you go by Mr. Cloak? It's your phone. I'm telling you, your phones are playing tricks on you. You should try to do it from a PC. You're gonna hear. I remember I tried to stream at SmackDown. I kept thinking I was hearing you.
I don't think I'm hearing stuff. I'm hearing the same thing Jacob is. You're the only one not hearing it because you're not having the issue.
No, I don't hear it anymore. I don't hear it anymore. I heard it earlier.
I don't hear it now either.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to jump on. I just didn't know if you wanted to share your live video or not, or what you wanted to do. That's what I was checking with. But I'm pulling up Ryan.
It fixed the problem when he put his headphones on. It fixed the problem.
Yeah. You got all the sound effects.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He's a streamer, he says. How many people do you have that watch your whatever? What do you do? A gaming thing or what?
I'm trying. I'm pretty new. I'm kind of experimenting. You know, and just seeing what sticks. You know, I'm not anything like special.
Everybody's special.
I appreciate that.
That's the truth. So anyway, so yeah, you're still working on pulling that up, or?
Yeah, I'm.
If you can't do it, it's no big deal. I just thought it would be interesting.
No, I can. It's just taking me a minute. Sorry, I'm looking through my subscribers to see the last recent video, and I was looking at. I got it now. I just found it.
I think it would be fun to travel in time.
So the last video that you posted, or are you looking for?
It's gonna say it's pretty close to the last, but not quite. Let's see, it's
received a second strike, banned for 2 weeks, and then I have video/image breakdown and review timeline.
there you go. Third one.
How long is it?
It's 22 minutes and 54 seconds, but you don't have to play the whole thing, just the first part of it.
I got you. Bigfoot knocks phone out of my hand.
Yeah.
Good job. I will get it pulled up real quick. There's a little ad in front of it.
No sound
Why you
effects
gotta fuck me like that, Push?
I'm not going to play the sound effects videos on. I might travel to the kitchen.
Yeah, you time travel there when you go.
So I'm guessing Mork and Morty, that's probably a show that you like a lot.
It's something I watched when I was younger, but it's not something that I would have ever gone back to watch again.
Oh, I thought it just came out.
Oh, it must be. They must be redoing it then. It used to be Robin Williams, the original, back in the early
They never
80s.
had fucking Morty and Ricky when I was a kid.
Oh, well, my bad. I thought you said Mork and Mindy.
No.
You're saying a different show.
I was about the time travelers. He's a time traveler. He's called Morty. Rick and Morty.
Oh, I've seen that one time. Yeah, that funny cartoon on the Comedy Channel.
Yeah, I didn't know if you guys all, are you a Doc Brown guy?
No, I don't watch any TV anymore or anything like that. I'm too busy doing other things.
Well, I haven't watched the news in 20 years. So I get where you're coming from.
So basically, after the Bigfoot knocks the phone out of my hand, not even a week later, I'm down filming at the bay, and as I'm walking down this cliff to go film, the trail's wide open. There's nothing in the way of the trail going down. Filmed down there for about 5 or 10 minutes. On my way back up, there's this tree limb. It was basically there was a magic staff laying across the top of the trailhead. Like I had to actually physically.
Now, how do you know it was a magic staff?
Because I have it on video, and you can see it, things in it transforming, and it's.
What makes it magic? It's not. Maybe it was just a staff of time or something.
Well,
actually call it a magical staff.
Well, I mean, if you go to my channel and you watch the video of my staff,
is this the one? Is it the right one that I pulled up, Ryan?
Yeah, that's the one.
I
just hit play there. This will tell. Well, listen to what he says. It's
because I do have a staff.
Oh no, I have a real magic staff. I'll have Jacob show you that video.
Actually, play the game magic. I can show you the cards.
I'll have Jacob show you the magic staff next, so you can see it for yourself.
You and the AI transforming technology. That is so intricate, so inconceivably complex. You know it's like me. They are laughing at us all. Thanks for kicking the ass, Salty. And
everybody mute your mic.
Or Cloaked Unseen World is on us now. Cloaked Unseen World. Right, brother. I'm gonna have to check out that channel. We're doing some stuff, brother. Let's see what's going on over there. Thank you, man.
Mute everybody's mic.
It's interesting. Right, November 1928 article. No, Dr. Tesla said with some.
I'm trying to. It's not.
I would not give my rotating field discovery for I would not give my rotating field discovery for 1,000, however valuable, designed merely as mechanical contraptions to deceive the eye and the air. 8,000 years hence, the telephone and the motion picture camera may be obsolete, but the principle of the rotating magnetic field will remain vital, living thing for all time to come. FYI, the Puma Punku statement. Forgot to say. Puma Punku is where they show us the representation of the holographic AI RAM cloaking and holographic radium ray transforming energy technology. I have got to hang out with Ryan. What is going on over here? Nikola Tesla recreated this technology for powers to be when they blew up his Tesla Tower, July 4th, 1917, aka 17? Q? Ever since they punk you and me symbolism to be their what? Ryan, bro, thank you. Puma Punku's the shit, by the way. I'm all deep into those those ain't what's Graham Hancock call them? We're a species with amnesia. And clearly, I got a weird feeling that there were a lot of very high-functioning civilizations before the Ice Age. And they all got wiped out, man. Something hit this fucking planet, threw us into a super dark millennial winter, froze half this fucking place up. The ice ground everything up, and we lost a lot of fucking information, man. A lot of information. None of those ancient civilizations make any fucking sense, man. Puma Punku. See, if you want to see some weird stone shit, man, go look at Puma Punku. Look at they cut big ass stones with laser precision.
Ryan, so I just paused it for a minute. Do you have rights to this guy's stuff before I share it on my channel?
I don't know. I guess he's not going to go after you or anything. But his,
no. It's YouTube. It's YouTube algorithm. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah. No, I think he's. But here, you don't play anymore. I'm going to tell you a time to go to on the video. It'll bypass the rest of what he says, because the rest of what he says isn't relevant to what I want you to see anyway. So give me a second.
All right.
I'm going to tell you a time to go.
Now, what are we looking for here?
When I get there, you'll know. So you want to go to hold on a second. To
because it's a little blurry. I don't know if we're looking for shining lights or.
Yeah. Okay. So here you go. You go to 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Okay.
That was him talking about me, so I don't know how they could be against that if I'm the one on your show. I don't know. Maybe they could, I guess.
Because it's his channel and it's technically his content if you call in.
Yeah, but I don't think that was on YouTube. That was on Odyssey. See how it says Odyssey?
It said red pill. It said a lot of things that aren't allowed on YouTube. That's why I was curious.
Yeah. So maybe it was because what's on my video. Because what that is I took an excerpt out of one of my other videos. That's from like a 6-hour live stream, and I just took a 22-minute section out of that live stream, and that live stream actually got taken off my channel, but it wasn't because of what you're about to play.
How much for the staff?
What do you mean?
Are you selling magical staff?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I had to ask.
Yeah. So anyways, if you go to my channel, you can go to my channel. It's Our Cloaked Unseen World on YouTube. You can see the video.
I'm going to follow you. I'm going to shoot you a follow. I'm interested in some shit that I don't know about.
All right, I'm about to say it. I have it set on 4:13. Here we go.
So that's what I'm going to click on. Is 7:33, like that. And then pause it, and then
mute all the mics again.
It's not us, bro. It's your video.
No, it's your mic. It's our mic.
You said R.
I'm going to frame by frame, and again, you have to pause the video. We'll watch it real time first.
If I can hear you, it's your mic.
I got NASA microphones.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so watch. It's a slow motion. It's a blur. Bang.
It's that bomb shelter in that video. It's showing on my end. It's coming from you.
Just watch the video, and I break it down 4 different times, 4 different ways, and I explain everything that's going on. So don't ask questions till the video's over. Then if you have questions, then I'll answer them.
No, I had to close it because there was an ad coming up.
That's fine, and it's done.
Now, this is you explaining time travel?
I'm explaining the Bigfoot knocking the phone out of my hand. Why do you keep getting back to the time travel? We're not on that subject anymore.
Dude, I'm not, like I said, I'm not all upstairs.
It's all good, man. Just,
by the way,
we're talking about the Bigfoot.
Thank you for popping on with us. I appreciate it.
You know, while you were doing magical staffs and shit, I was in prison fucking cooking food.
I can see you, Leah. You're on live now. Just so you know. Hi there. I appreciate it. I appreciate you popping in. This is Mud Rabbit's good friend and a good friend of the show. If anybody was wondering, Leah's a good follower, and I appreciate her company.
Oh, Jacob, I have to leave at 6 a.m.
6 a.m. What are we at? 4? You're probably at 5.
5:50.
Sorry, no, I had to close that video because the ad was about to start, and I'm too worried about copyright. Nothing personal, Ryan. I just closed the whole thing out.
Well, the other thing is just my video off my channel. It's not.
So we're not allowed to ask any questions during?
Well, no, because you're going to ask questions that I might answer if you would continue to watch. So it'd be a waste of time.
Gotcha. No, that makes sense. I was just you busting your balls there.
Let me see. I'm gonna pull it back up. Sorry, it was I literally closed it out because the ad was coming up. I was more worried about it because I know there's a delay on it, and my StreamYard might not have picked it up right away.
Let me turn off the ads on. I'll turn off the ads on that monetary thing, so you won't get any more ads on that video. I don't think. Hold on. So I probably haven't monetized.
Spoiler alert.
But here's the video. I'm pulling it back up right now.
Now, the white thing on your
Hopefully
head, is that a part of the...
No, this is just, my hair's long and it gets all into it's like, that's the point I can put it in a ponytail yet. But almost.
I didn't know, because when you were talking about erasing minds, I didn't know if that was just so they couldn't find you.
No, that's... there's no way you can stop them from ever not finding you. They know what we're doing. They know what we're doing in real time, all the time.
What about if you had the staff on you?
The staff's right behind me. You just don't see it.
But I'm saying if you have that on you, how are they able to do the mind wipe?
It's not that kind of magic. It doesn't work like that. It's not that. It's one of the. It used to belong to a Bigfoot. It probably still does. It probably. There's things.
Somebody
in the staff.
knows how to use that staff. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, the Bigfoot that gave it to me does. I'm sure.
Now, if you were to take a guess, did this Bigfoot have like a language similar to like a Wookiee?
I've heard him speaking before, and it just sounds different. Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, they show us everything that's real and tell us it's not in the movies.
Here's a question for you, Ryan. With Bigfoots, what would you describe the sound as? Is it like a whooping noise? Leah, I don't know if your microphone's muted. I can't hear you.
Well, see, the Bigfoot can turn into anything. The Bigfoot could turn into a dog man. It could turn into
no. I'm not saying it can't. Visually, I think it can come in and out of existence and the dimension that we're in. I think Bigfoot, as we think of it, is actually a dimensional.
You just said Bigfoot could turn into other things, and you haven't told this to Channel 3 yet?
They're not going to listen to someone like me, and I wouldn't want them to anyways.
What's Bigfoot's theory on selfies? He doesn't let you get a quick click in?
I've never heard of people being able to actually capture Bigfoot as being a dimensional being, and the sense that he can pop in and out of existence depending on what you think of.
The staff part's hard for me to wrap my mind on. The Bigfoot's a little.
I don't know much about Ryan's staff and where he got that, but he could only explain more than that for everybody. Yeah, we can all see you. By the way, Leah, you're coming in loud and clear. I just couldn't hear you via voice.
Bigfoot can be beaten with speed.
Oh, there you go. I had non-skippable ads turned on for some reason. I try to turn that off of every video of mine. So now you shouldn't have a problem.
Oh.
Okay? Let's change the setting.
Yep.
Actually, I'm going to turn the monetization off completely for now while you're doing this.
All right. I will share it. I'll share it right now. We're already 2 minutes in.
Oh, yeah, that's his end. That's echoing. So
we're not seeing it yet.
When you see Bigfoot, how do you not get scared? You're just like, yo, I had the staff earlier or something like that?
No, it's their job. It's complicated. They're one of the beings that's out there that manifests and materializes our reality.
I'm saying, how don't you get scared from seeing Bigfoot and shit?
Because I know what they are. I know what they do. I know what their job is. I know why they're there.
Okay.
So, and because I know that, as scary as they would look to you, they don't scare me. And because they don't scare me, I don't materialize or manifest them to do something to me to scare me.
And now why haven't you tried to get this on the iPhone?
I got this on my cell phone. That's in, I think the video might even be in 4K. I don't know. I have to look at the settings. That's another thing. People, they lie to us about what lens flares are, pareidolia, all that stuff is just lies to keep us from the truth.
The Bigfoot truth, or?
That's one of the things, yeah. Well, the truth about a lot of
pull up even for me, phone out of my hand. And it's called a creature knocks phone out of my hand.
Are we hearing voices, or is that?
Yeah, Mike. Mute the mics again.
Time 7:33.
That's your shit.
So that's what I'm gonna click on. Is 7:30 and then 3. I'm gonna turn on the resolution so I don't have the spinning. And then pause it. And then so I'm gonna turn down the resolution. You have to pause the video. We'll watch it real time first, or slow time. So I'm gonna frame by frame, and again, you have to pause the video. We'll watch it real time first, or slow time.
Mute all the mic.
I think it's still slow. Yeah, it is. Okay, so watch. This is slow motion. It's a blur. Bang.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to play it again.
At US Cellular, we make sure a storm.
You can't get an ad again?
So no matter what.
You shouldn't have got another ad. I turned it off. That's weird. Oh well, no big deal.
Must be Cloak's first day.
Some things you think you're correct about, you're not, just so you know.
Now, Cloak, did you know you were going to meet me today?
Nope.
Okay.
No idea. But anyways, let's get.
Actually, I got a question for you. Why are you so convinced that Ryan has all this time travel knowledge? I just wanted to invite Ryan on to talk to him about.
I mean, if you throw out a staff comment, I'm guessing you know about. And if you know about Bigfoot turning into an Ewok, then I guess my time travel question isn't really too much out of the bird's nest.
Well, you've already asked.
I was just saying we were talking about a time. Me and Ryan were talking about a time traveler that me and him had both talked to, but at no point I don't think Ryan ever claimed to be a time traveler or anything like that. Or,
I don't
or
even know about it. I just wanted. Well, when you meet Bigfoot, at that point, I'm thinking you're a time traveler. You're something. No, I'm not a time traveler. I did meet Bigfoot and a whole bunch of other shit happened, but time traveler, no.
I didn't walk up to a Bigfoot and shake their hand. I had one knock the phone out of my hand. I've seen them in the woods, like feet away from me. I've had one play, or I guess I don't know if you could play that 90-second video or that one with the Bigfoot in my kitchen. I may give you the same issues. It's a short one. If you go to just the last 20 seconds of that one, Jacob, and throw it on slow motion.
I'll try to pull it up. But yeah, I got it pulling up in the background.
I thought the magical staff was time travel. I apologize. I get my magical staffs confused.
What made you think a magical staff would time? I mean, I'm sure it could time travel with the person.
Who has any idea what a magical staff can bestow?
Skeletor.
No, well,
I'm just saying in general, like nobody can identify what a magical staff can.
I can tell you one thing that it does. I've seen it do.
Well,
That
you
I've seen
can,
that
you can,
use it
but
do.
but Ryan, even you would say this as a as your own perspective is you can only testify what the magic staff you know about does. You
Well, I don't
you
even.
can't
Well,
make a general assessment of all magic
no,
staffs and how they're defined.
no. Well, all magic staffs can do the same thing though, but then there's some um, or I guess I could rephrase that. All magical staffs can do certain base similar things, and then some of them probably have specialties to them. But
Okay.
like I know all magic staffs, and I know this for a fact because, well, I mean nothing's for. Well, this is what I know from what they've told me in a roundabout through the mind speak that we get or the downloads. Okay, and I have it on video them doing this with their staffs. Okay. They can shine light out of the staff and materialize things. I know. Basically, they'll put a rock into the staff, and then the staff becomes a magic crystal, and they can shine light. And that light is if you heard what the salty cracker was talking about, he was talking about the radium
Was that
ray.
a white dude?
But hold on, isn't that all based on the idea of the philosopher's stone and the idea of alchemy and the ability to but not all stones are able to
That's
do.
crazy that it went from time travel to Bigfoot to doppelganger to.
It's all related. That's why.
I do think they're related, and I do think alchemy has a big tie in all of this. My question is, how is all magic staff related to that type of significance? Because I feel like a lot of people would label those things as that, but doesn't always circumference to that. I'm not saying yours isn't. What I'm saying is there's a possibility that other people that label something as a magic staff could possibly not be that.
Everything is possible.
Yeah.
Let me get the point. Okay. So I do know because of what I figured out about the Voynich manuscript that all these beings out there, some of them are called elementals, some of them are called, another one's Bigfoot. All nature energy, electrical energy plasma beings, right? They all are made of, and we're even made of the same stuff they are. We have the same abilities that they do. We just don't have access to them because they've indoctrinated them, one, out of us, two, poisoned us, so we don't have the ability, and three, that's not what
I don't think I got this poison.
Oh, you did. When you drink the water, you got it. When you eat the food,
I didn't. What water?
It's unavoidable.
The city water?
Any water, anything that you drink. Soda, water, Kool-Aid, you name it. If some of it's got fluoride in it, or you got.
And this does what now?
It does a lot of stuff. You need to do. If you want to know, you have to do some research. I didn't call into the show to explain everything.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I heard you. I mean, you were just talking about Bigfoot.
Well, I mean, you were trying to. I guess I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say to you.
Well, I mean, I don't know, Pesci, how much you dove into like what fluoride does to the human body or anything like that, but I think those are all correlations to what Ryan's talking about here. Yeah. Like there's a lot of things that could influence the human body when it comes to water, and anybody could use water in many products that are served every day.
Not just that, but there's also the Tesla towers that they have disguised as water towers that pump infrasound into the ground and out around them like an acoustic organ that you can't hear.
I don't know much about that.
Well, I'm telling you right now, you're learning about it now.
I played a game called Magic. What is if some of these spells in this game Magic?
Can you do me a favor? Can you not ask a question after I make every little statement and let me talk for a few minutes and then ask a question a little later? When I say, okay, if you have a question, go ahead and ask. Why don't we try that for a minute?
All right, perfect.
You're getting a little bit off topic, then I can't keep my focus on what I'm trying to explain. Okay. Back it up. So I'm trying to explain the things the reason why we don't have abilities, that what they do to prevent us from being able to do certain things. 1, indoctrination. 2, poisoning of the water and food supply. 3, they have the Tesla tower disguised as a water tower. And if you go to look at a patent image design of a Tesla tower, and you compare that to a patent image design of a water tower, both say they go down into the water table, right? Then you got a Nikola Tesla quote that says, I have to get there. This quote is about the Tesla tower. Hold on, I guess. Hold on a second. So basically, what these Tesla towers do, they're designed to do a dozen different things. They can basically operate and actuate many of different types of devices all at the same time. Like different, there's also quotes that he wrote about that in regards to that. I'm going to read you these quotes here in a second once I get to that point, those quotes. Because all this, he tells us everything. He answers every question.
I do think Tesla tells us a lot of things, but I think we as a public misconstrue them to be different ideas that he had too.
Okay, here's the deal. This is where we go wrong. There's two different ways of ways of thinking. So there's two different mindsets. There's the analytical mind versus the imaginary mind, right? Okay.
Yeah.
When we use the analytical mind, we're using the part of the mind that's been defined to us and indoctrinated into us. It is evil's created mind. It is our gravitation. It is what keeps us grounded. It's what keeps us dumbed down as well. Because when we go there and we so when you read a Tesla quote, when you go to and you read the quote and then you think about what he's saying in regards to each word separate, defined, and thinking that this word means that word means this, right?
No, not by a specific word, but why the topics he's talking about. Whether he's talking about manifesting energy out of the earth itself, or whether he's talking about certain topics, I think they are equivalent to what he's talking about. I don't think I'm picking apart words in his topics.
Well, the thing is we are, and you just don't know it because it's like an auto program. We're just auto programmed to do that thing, to do what you're doing, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm gonna try to break that down for you now too to make sense. Okay. Okay. So and Tesla knew this when he was writing these quotes, right? He had to dumb down what he was trying to say to a point that some people would get it, and some people would still go over their head, right? When you use more of your analytical mind, you're not going to be able to interpret what he was saying as much as somebody that uses the imaginary mind more, like myself.
But wouldn't he talk more in quotes in order to depict that message, or would he talk more in paragraphs in order to explain the subject?
Well, a lot of these quotes that you get from his are out of interviews that he's done. Like there'll be answers and question and answers that he gives, and so the way he gives the answers, he's trying to give the answers to the best he can, so people can understand what he's trying to say. But he can't, like me right now. What I'm trying to explain to you is like when Tesla was in an interview and he was asked questions, he wouldn't go down try to explain things in the way I am because he would be less believable, less he wouldn't get and he's a lot smarter than me. He's able to speak clearer than I am, but he's also like I said, he's trying to keep it to the point where people could understand what he's talking about. And he starts to try to go out of the mindset that people of their auto programs, because he knows how we're programmed as people through the education system, because he even talks about that in one of his quotes, how we're indoctrinated. Okay, I mean, everything is in his quotes, everything, like from how we're indoctrinated, how they've dumbed us down, to technology and how it works. But like I said, he's trying to, when he speaks, he's not trying to break it down like I am. Like I'm gonna go in, the way I break it down is far more in depth than what he did. He was trying to break it down to people because he was just speaking, through the question and answers. So I'm trying to break down what this is how I know what he was actually thinking when he wrote the quote.
Well, and that's the hardest part with when you're
Can I
talking
say
about
something
something
real
with
quick?
Tesla is you almost have to break it down piece by piece so
Yeah, you
people
do.
know what topic you're talking about in a general sense, because Tesla had so many topics that he actually fell upon.
So here's the situation. Okay, so we got let's see. So here's a quote that it talks about what I'm talking. This is a quote about the water tower, right?
Can I sneak a quick one in?
No, not yet.
It's not a question. It's just something that's kind of like on topic.
All right,
You know how you were talking about.
Here's the deal. Let Jacob ask the questions right now because I don't have very much more time.
Okay. I'm not asking a question. I'm telling you, I knew I was going to meet you today.
Oh, you did? That's cool. Okay, let's get sidetracked here for a minute then. And I just like I said, I'm not trying to ignore you. I was just trying to keep my frame of mind because, like, again, you're sidetracking me from what I'm trying to focus on again. But okay, so how do you know that you were going to meet me today? What happened that made you?
You were talking about Staffs. I told you I play Magic for a living.
Okay, but you said you knew you were going to meet me. Did you have a intuition earlier?
I knew I was going to come in contact with some guy that's. I don't see when I.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
When I play Magic the Gathering, sometimes when you're doing these spells or playing the game, you'll see weird things or like on the card. It's not like tarot.
Oh yeah.
But I was playing a game earlier, and the way I don't know, man. It's just creepy. I knew I was going to meet somebody like you. That's why I asked if you knew you were going to meet me today.
No, I didn't, but I do believe that I do. Here's the other thing. The word belief. I don't like that word because when you believe in something, then that means you disbelieve in something else, and everything is real. So that's why I don't like that word.
It's the same reason. It's the same reason I don't like the word conspiracy theory.
Yeah. So here's the deal. I think that you're absolutely telling the truth, and that what you're saying is true. I have no doubt about it. So let me get back on topic.
Yeah, I'm listening though. Go ahead.
Okay. So this quote I'm about to read, he's explaining what the water tower / Tesla tower does. And back to how I know this is the one and the same. Okay, one, they blew up his Tesla tower on July 4th, 1917, 19Q. Q is, whatever. It's a number in the alphabet, number 17 in the alphabet. Okay.
Could be a lot more than that, but we'll leave it.
It is a lot more than that. It is a lot more than that. We know that, Jake.
I'm just saying, talking on YouTube, of course.
Yeah. It could be a magnitude of things. Okay, so anyway, so here's the so basically they blew that up, and they did that to thrust us into the Industrial Revolution to destroy the Earth before they were going to be destroyed themselves. They wanted to do whatever they could to do as much damage to the Earth because they knew the future, because they could see the future, because the future is something that is and it has to do with the stars and all that. It's like cyclic. Everything comes in errors and times of reference, and like there's always going to be times that are good, then times that are bad. But then it goes so far beyond that too, because we go
jump on the quote, Ryan, because I don't know how much more time we'll have.
Yeah. So basically, so this quote is about the tower, and this one says, "The problem was hold on a second, let me make sure that's right.
Quote, not a poem.
The problem was rendered extremely difficult, owing to the immense dimensions of the planet. But by gradual and this isn't the one, the next one is, but this is a relevant quote. The problem was rendered extremely difficult, owing to the immense dimensions of the planet. But by gradual and continuous improvements of a generator of electrical oscillations, I finally succeeded in reaching rates of delivery of electrical energy actually surpassing those of lightning discharges by use of a generator of stationary waves and a receiving apparatus properly placed and adjusted in any other locality, however remote. It is practicable to transmit intelligible signals or to control or actuate at will any one apparatus for many other important and value purposes. And actually, that was the quote I was looking for about the water tower. One of the two.
That is also that is a perfect quote because it talks about a lot of things. It vaguely talks about a lot of things that Tesla talks about.
Yeah, and that's why I know that this Tesla tower does more than one thing, because that's what he's talking about right there.
Well, because that was the energy generation that I was talking about before you went into it, and I think it reflects with that as well.
Okay, yeah. It's, like I said, just because something because that's how they also indoctrinate us. Because we see something and we think something's created, like you got a patent for this, right? And it tells us that this patent does this, right? But there could be 5 other things that thing does that we don't know about, and then we only think it does one thing.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so that's the other issue that we have here, and that's okay. So now here's the other quote. This one is the one that's mind blowing, and I'm going to tie this into the what?
Bigfoot.
Okay, well,
I thought you were showing a Bigfoot picture. I'm sorry.
No, I never said that. He was going to show a video. Are you still want to try to show that? We can show that real quick.
No, I can't pull it up. There was too many ads coming up. It was nothing.
Yeah.
That was my fault, actually. I was trying to pull that up in the background, but I couldn't pull it up.
Yeah, right now he doesn't have the setup to play that right now. We'd have to set up like a future interview and have that stuff ready for him to play.
That's my nickname.
Okay. Well, we'll be there in the future. So anyway, we'll go to this other quote. This quote, I want you to, about the boards that I'm talking about, right? So this quote I'm about to read is number 96 off of TeslaUniverse.com. If you go to those boards and you go to the same exact number, it's going to blow your mind, Jacob. I found this connection with several quotes of Nikola Tesla's, with several quotes, with several numbers, with several drops on those boards, same number, like tied, like one does with the other. But guess what? Those boards, you know how many times they mention Nikola Tesla? 0. So I found the connection between the two. When you compare the quotes on NikolaTesla.com, the quotes there. I can give you the link that you can go and change the number at the end of the link. So if you'll be on like TeslaUniverse.com, quote number like 96 that I have. You take the 96 from that link and change it to say you want to look at the board number 1. You change to Intel, number 1. Then you go to number 1 on the Tesla board, and then you look at them and you compare. Not all of them line up. The critical ones do, and there's about 33% of the ones match up. Like when you read one or the other. I'm going to read one of those right now. This one's mind blowing because this tells how something to us and how that something they did to us, how we can undo it for some. Okay.
After this quote, I want to pick your brain about one more thing about Tesla.
All right, hold on a second.
Now, is Tesla a car?
No, he's talking about Nikola Tesla, the scientist.
I'll Google him later. I had no idea.
You don't know who Nikola Tesla is?
I thought he was talking about a car. You could see why I was confused.
Well, the car you're talking about, this Tesla invented. This Tesla actually
was named after him. Well, I think the battery power was named after Nikola Tesla. I don't think it was the car itself.
No, he invented the car that Tesla is claiming it is.
Listen, it's that a biblical man. Will introduce you to a man of many visions. Jacob has a fucking biblical name, and you're a man of many visions.
Before we get into that, and before we get into the quote, I can't acknowledge that Tesla created the same kind of thing that Elon Musk is coming out with today. I don't think that's in comparison.
Yeah, trust me, he did. All the technology that he releases today.
There might be a foundation or a base to it that I think Tesla came up with, and that's where I can agree with it. But I have trouble coming up with anything that Tesla's put forward that is comparable to what we have nowadays.
See, I thought you were talking about a car the whole time.
You're thinking too small, Jacob. You're thinking too small. I just leave it at that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate the view.
Yeah.
Because that gives me a better perspective of where I could be missing. But
Yeah.
I hope you're able to fill the gaps for me.
I can, probably not in this live stream today.
Oh, I get it. No, I totally understand, and I appreciate you just popping on, because who knows how much we're gonna get across.
Yeah. Let's see. Hold on a second. I'm looking for it. Okay, I found it now. Okay, so here it is. This is number 96. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to read to you.
Not a poem.
Read this to you first. Okay. So, okay. It is true that some of them had to do with wireless telegraphy, and that in addition to the tower and poles, there is a hole dug in the ground. This is 150 feet deep and is used in these experiments. The people about there, had they been awake instead of asleep, at other times would have seen even stranger things. Someday, but not at this time, I shall make an announcement of something I never once dreamed of. Okay. Now, this is what's going to blow your mind. So the board not to be named, same number, right, Jacob? Same exact number I'm talking here.
96.
What's the number? 96?
Yeah. Hold on a second. I got to grab it.
Holy shit. That can't be possible.
What's that?
I might have to explain it on another show. We'll get together again.
Well, no, no, say it. Say what you're going to say. I'm still looking.
I don't even know how to explain this or where to start when you just said the number 96.
Well, do it. It's important. Do it. Quick as you can. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Relax. And then
I might need a minute before I explain that one.
Okay, well, think about how you want to explain it while I go into this.
We're not allowed to say taco C and taco C.
All right, so this board.
And Jonathan has staph infection. What the fuck? The staph.
What? Can you mute him for a second while I read this?
Had no story for him.
No, you can hear. I don't want him to make it so you can't hear. Just I need you to listen instead of talk for a minute.
Oh,
are you still pulling it up?
What you're
Or do you
show
have
us.
it?
What's that?
Are you still pulling it up, or are you?
Yeah, I have it ready to read right now.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this number, same number. Okay, it says amazing. Okay, this is talking. It says Obama. Okay, that's irrelevant. This part of the thing says amazing how things make sense once you are asked a question. That is the entire point of this operation. It is up to you all to collect, archive safely, and distribute in a graphic that is in order with the crumb drops. It will all make sense. Once it does, we look you to spread and get the word out. Timestamps will help you validate authenticity. Your president needs your help. He wants full transparency for the great people of this country. Everything stated is for a reason. God bless patriots. So what they're saying is they're explaining what we can do to unindoctrinate people, to get them to see the truth, to wake up, right? Then you go back to the other quote that I just read, and it says, yeah, okay. Oh, dang, hold on a second. I'll have it here in a second.
You're good. I wanted to pick your brain about something else that Nikola Tesla is accredited for.
Okay, here you go. Okay, so basically, we have how to indoctrinate. Listen to this part of the quote. The people about there, had they been awake instead of asleep, at other times would have seen even stranger things. So the people that are taking this, you know what, and thinking that we're crazy for not, they're not seeing the stranger things that are about that. They don't think there's something strange that before.
Oh, I think that's 100% cure. I mean, you can see that. You can see that in modern society. If you want to go watch the interview between Joe Rogan and Dr. Sanjay Gupta, you can watch it in live form. You don't have to have it broke down the way Ryan just broke it down. You can watch it happen in front of you.
Okay, so yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan. You're
okay. So basically, that one is saying how do you do it? How do we undo this issue of people not seeing the Stranger Things? We record stuff that we're sharing amongst each other. We record it, we archive it for later in case they take it down, like they do. They keep stripping all this stuff down, keep taking these videos down, keep striking us, keep doing this. So we archive it, then we have it available later to still show, right? Then once people start having questions for us, which more people are having every day, why was this thing called warp speed? It was called warp speed because it was the president was shown a bunch of options. This was the option that he chose that was the fastest and the safest to have the least amount of people harmed to avoid a kinetic war.
Why do you think it was that positive of a choice for the president? Why do you think it wasn't money motivated, wasn't greed motivated? What makes you no. My question is, what makes you think that, Ryan?
Think what?
That it's not money motivated or anything else. That this president or the last president is convinced that
nothing he did was ever out of greed.
What?
Nothing he did was ever out of greed.
How do you define greed?
Greed, like money meant more to him than anything in the world.
To who? The wise men?
So greed to me is a power struggle. And I do think he definitely depicted himself, Donald Trump specifically.
No. They depicted him. They depicted him.
No. I will 100% go out because everybody. I'm considered right wing by the way I think, and I am
holding the staff in Trump's family.
But no. I don't want to get into that. What I want to unpack is the fact that I can't defend Trump's speech. What he says, he's not a uniting person. So we can't depict the idea that he is this almighty person because he was friends with. Hold on. Let me unpack this. He was friends with Epstein. He was friends with the Clintons. You can make it out however you want to, but that's public knowledge, and even Trump would admit to that.
This is this is
where you need to listen to me, Jacob. We're thinking too small. Okay, you're seeing the public perception that they're putting
No. This is also Trump's perception. Trump will go on public and say, "I was friends with these people. I went to their weddings. I supported them," and that's 100% a Trump quote.
Okay, did you know that Trump kicked that guy out of his
he kicked him out of the Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, I'm very specific about this. I only talk about facts, Ryan.
Okay, I know, but here's the fact that you don't know. Okay, the fact that you don't know is that he had to infiltrate these people to take them down. How do you infiltrate them? You have to play their game.
He hasn't talked about that. He hasn't talked about.
Are you talking about Trump or Sasquatch?
First, we're talking about Trump right now. Okay, so what I was saying was, with Trump, if Trump was infiltrating them, he should have talked about that. Why would he just play friends with them?
Okay. So if he came out and talked about that, would they allow him to hang out with them anymore?
Afterwards.
He can't do that yet because he has to still. He's not.
Do you think Trump's still the president, Ryan?
I know he is.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. This is getting really good.
No, I know where we're at now.
How'd we go from Sasquatch to Trump?
So Ryan, I 100% respect anybody's view, but what I can't do is I can't talk about things that aren't fact.
Have you looked into devolution?
I know about everything you're going to refer to. I have regular guests on this show that are happy to talk about
this is awesome.
and other topics.
Awesome. Jacob, I'm about to blow your mind right now. Okay, this is gonna blow your mind.
I'm here, man.
Please,
blow my mind. Present something I haven't seen before. I'll be surprised.
Ryan, how did you go from Sasquatch to Trump? Wouldn't that throw you off?
We haven't been on Sasquatch in a while.
I was talking about Carter, and then I started talking about Alien.
I need you to be quiet.
We haven't been on Sasquatch in a while. We're talking about
Trump still president. This is interesting.
I'm about to break it down to you. Well, I'm not going to break that all down to you, but I'm going to break something down to you that's right. Going to blow your mind. So we're going to go to quote number 32 off of Tesla Universe versus number 32 off of that board, right?
Because what I wanted to dig into you,
just so the people
Tesla,
listening know it's not Tesla the car.
What I actually wanted to dig into you with Tesla before we got distracted by this was I wanted to know what you think his actual involvement was with the Eldridge, the U.S. Eldridge.
Well, yeah, he was part of that experiment. He was a part of, for sure.
Who do you think was more involved in it? Do you think it was Tesla, or do you think?
I don't think he wanted it. I don't think he wanted it to occur.
Okay, that's what I wanted to pick your brain on because I wanted to get your idea of where.
I think they used this technology that he created to do that after they severed themselves from him, because they severed themselves from him when they blew up his tower. That was when they exposed the true nature of their intent to him.
I don't even think they blew it up. I think they belittled his ideas, and I think that was shown in the AC versus DC argument when it comes to electricity itself.
All right, so I'm gonna do this other one first, just because it makes more sense to do this way. Okay, so I have undeniable evidence that Nikola Tesla is the mastermind behind Team. You know what? He's the mastermind. He thought of the idea, and he is the guy that made all the plans. He is the guy that put the team together. And I'm about to blow your mind and prove that to you.
To do what? This team to do?
Right now, Jacob,
Okay. I'm listening.
Right now. Okay. So this is number, and I'm the one that I'm about to be on some big shows to present this evidence. I'm lining that up currently right now. So
make sure you don't call them poems.
You're not even on the same page right now, buddy.
No shit. I've never voted before. You're speaking French. That's why I was curious.
He's the guy that doesn't vote but wants to talk about politics.
Right now, we're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Nikola Tesla.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So just so you know,
you do bounce around a little bit. We were at Sasquatch at one point.
Okay, but know this: Nikola Tesla and Trump, they are related in a roundabout way. The topic.
Oh man, you can't even drop that knowledge bomb without digging into it more. God, you can't, Ryan. You can't drop little subtle hints like that and be like, "Oh, I wonder where all of the Tesla information went." Yes, it went to the Trump family, but you can't pretend these people are related.
They're not related like
I know, but that's what I'm saying. You just said something like that was so misleading. Like we know how Tesla's information made it into the Trump family. This is public knowledge if anybody digs into it.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to mislead anybody about anything. And you'll
no,
see that.
I want to be specific. I don't want people to think they're related in that sense.
Oh, I'm about to tell you what sense they are if you let me finish. I was going to make
but you dropped a misleading key right before that. So I had to clarify that.
Oh, that's fine. I got it. This is gonna blow you away, Jacob. I promise you. Okay, number 17 there.
He's going to read you a poem.
No, I'm going to read him a Nikola Tesla quote.
Go ahead. No, Ryan, go ahead. Don't. Okay. He's just trying to get a rise out of you.
Okay. Number 17 off the you know what, right? I'm reading off there. And I'm reading only the very last line off of this because it's the one that matters. It's the one that's going to have well, no, actually, I didn't read the whole thing.
Okay.
Number 17. So this is a big thing, right? This is number 17. It's a big number. It's because you know what it represents. So this is number 17 on that particular site. Q,
if you will.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he said 17.
Number 17 on NikolaTeslaUniverse.com. Okay. So this is number 17 on TeslaUniverse.com.
17.
Okay. My method is different. I do not rush into actual work. When I get a new idea, I start at once building it up in my imagination and make improvements and operate the device in my mind. When I have gone so far as to embody everything in my invention, every possible improvement I can think of, and when I see no fault anywhere, I put into concrete form the final product of my brain. Okay, I'm going to read the other part, right? Why does Obama travel in advance of POTUS to foreign locations? Why is this relevant? Focus on the power of POTUS as it relates to the Marines. How can MI, military intelligence, be applied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? Biggest drop on poll. Above is reason why the shills are sliding. In case you didn't know, shills log in and send new info back and forth for instruction. They use a 5-pronged packaged injection. One post auto generates 4 more and random designated times. Common drive of posts they all tap into. Since they misjudged the influence of the mainstream media, they are aggressively looking to censor throughout major platforms in exchange for CIA slush funds and worldwide access for operation of said networks. Now, this is the part that matters. Okay? Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for.
So Ryan, I gotta interrupt you. Did you say Obama in that last part?
Yes.
So Tesla referenced Obama?
The boards did that. He was the inventor of. I don't think he did it directly. He made the team that it's more than one person. That they all play their own role, and that gets broken down in these other quotes of his versus the drop.
Could any of these indoctrinated people in society have a ulterior agenda than Tesla had that happened to be on these boards?
Absolutely.
So how do we take them? So how do we take them wholeheartedly?
Here's how. Let me present the evidence. This evidence is
undeniable. You presented the evidence. I'm questioning you about the evidence and what makes the evidence wholeheartedly. If everybody's indoctrinated, and these aren't even Tesla's words, they're people on his board because they're talking about future events that were around way after.
You're not getting the context of what I just did.
You gave me no. You gave me a Tesla quote, and then you started talking about Trump.
Okay, that's why I wanted
Trump. You started talking about Obama.
You're losing focus here. Okay, let's forget everything I said and just remember the very fast line that I said. Don't forget all the Obama, all that other crap. Okay, listen to the very last line. This is the one that matters, and I'm going to show you why. Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for. Listen to quote number 17 again. My method is quite different. I do not rush into actual work. When I get a new idea, I start out once building it up in my imagination. I make improvements and operate the device in my mind. When I have done so far as to embody everything in my invention, every possible improvement I can think of, and when I see no fault anywhere, I put into the concrete form the final product of my brain. He's telling you how he plans and prepares for things.
Well, it makes you wonder who's planning and preparing for these things if he didn't say these words.
He did say those words I just read to you.
No. But the ones prior to that feed into that.
Okay. I'm gonna show you that. I take that back.
But you know what I mean? It is encompassing. It is encompassing.
Wise man did tell me
you can't pick and take. You can't pick and choose words when it comes to dialect.
I can't. Here's why. Okay, I'm not picking and choosing.
Sometimes the staff power can be too much.
Okay, I don't need you to inject right this second, Jacob. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Here's where I went wrong.
Told me that.
Here's where I went wrong. I should have told you that no, it's not possible that somebody on these boards was not vetted, was not cleared by, I would say, Nikola Tesla himself. There would be nobody allowed on those boards to do that work, to drop things that wasn't part of the team wholeheartedly, and they would. I mean, these people have the power to know what you're thinking, to know what you're doing at all times.
So, Ryan,
Ryan, let me ask you something. This is serious. So, you're allowed to tell a Bigfoot story, but if I say I met a wise man that maybe told me about the staff, I'm off base by doing that?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought that's
no. Ryan had said everything that you're talking about. He believed you were truthful. He didn't say anything.
I don't think this wise man was calling it a staff. I think he was referring to something else.
But I'm just saying, Ryan hasn't diminished anything you're talking about, Pesci.
Okay, so go. I wish I knew what number this was. I'm gonna try to have to remember this off the top of my head.
So when it comes to 17 that you just referenced, that's what I'm talking about right now.
There's another drop that I'm gonna clarify what you're saying right now, because what you're saying makes sense. But when you have more context that I have and I can share with you, if I can figure out which number this is that I'm looking for.
Let's break it down. I feel like if it holds that much water, you should be able to break it down by the drop. Let's go by 17. So who are the people that
I can't. That's why I have to go to another quote in order to tell you that, because I can't do that from this one.
It doesn't tell you it does. You don't know who.
I don't know it by heart. I don't have names, Jacob. I just have there's a team.
No, I'm not asking for names. Are these people that were around him in his personal life? How did these people end up in this board?
I don't have those answers, Jacob. But I just know that the ones that are responding to people that were asking questions, like in this case that I'm going to read in a minute. Right.
If Trump's still president, who's vice president?
Stop. Hold on. We gotta unpack one thing at a time.
That's a fair question.
No, it is. We gotta unpack one thing at a time. We can't jump around like that, or we won't get anything.
Hold on a second.
He sounds like
Thank you, Herman, for tuning in.
3 minutes to tell us.
Okay, hold on a second. This is going to be important. Okay, I'm going to jump to this one first because it's gonna get you to like realize how deep this is, Jacob. Okay, before I break that, we're going to go to number 51 just because this is going to knock it out of the park right off the bat. So you see that what I'm saying.
Is there any significance to the number, Ryan?
Absolutely.
You put a lot of emphasis on the number 17 because of the letter correlation.
Number 51 is a 777.
Okay.
Okay, so it has a big significance. Okay.
That's why I asked.
Did you know that? Is that why you asked?
No, I asked because I wanted to know the significance, because I feel like there's certain keys that are significant to the ones that you're referencing.
Okay, so this one's going to blow you away, Jacob, and this is going to end it. For you questioning me the way you are and just let me finish my presentation, because if you did that, then you would see that I was going to answer the question that you're asking now.
Presentation. I love it.
Short one. I wasn't expecting to do this. I'm shooting from the hip. I'm not prepared for this.
Hey, man, I'm happy.
You're good. I'm
regardless, Ryan, I'm happy you came on, man.
Okay. So, number 51 on the, you know what? Okay, this is what it says. There's a meme, and it says "One nation under God." Right? This is what it says. This is a person that dropped this on the board so that the team would answer it, right? So it's somebody's what somebody's statement is, and it's their response to his statement. Okay.
Okay. Is their response to Nikola Tesla's statement?
No.
Whose statement are they responding to?
Listen, people, individuals like you or me, were able to, on this one day, this one particular day was a Q&A day on the boards. People were allowed to ask questions.
On what board are we talking about?
Same one.
Okay.
Not to be named. 4,000 drops on it.
Gotcha. No, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Okay. That was enough context.
Yeah, this is what I've been talking about this whole time. That was what I just read off. You didn't realize
I didn't realize those were off the same boards. I thought they had more thought they had more relevance to what Nikola Tesla said or what he had done.
No, okay. So what I'm doing is I'm tying Nikola Tesla to the board that never mentioned his name to show that he was a part of it in the whole time.
Okay.
He's the mastermind behind it. This was his plan that President Trump chose. Okay. Plan was this Q board was Q. He is the mastermind. Period. Okay. So this is that last one I read, number 17, was off of that.
I agree with Leah though. At the same time, it was something that Trump's uncle might have set up rather than Trump, depending on how you want to depict it. Because there was a lot more people.
I didn't say Trump set this up at all. I'm saying somebody else did.
No way.
You literally just said Trump, and it was a very vague term. If people are talking about just the last name, or if they're talking about our last current president.
I'm talking about the mastermind behind the movement.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. And it's not.
You have to be specific, Ryan. I'm not trying to be mean, Ryan. You got to be specific so people can understand what you mean.
Yeah, I know. And that's fine. Okay, so listen. This is number 51, 717 off of that. Okay. It says this.
Okay.
I've watched as society has effectively. I've watched as society has been effectively addicted to the mainstream media, apps on their phones, social media, games, music, all propaganda. And the moment you try to open anyone's eyes, you are shunned. Okay, being dumbed down, weakened, and groomed for passivity and stupidity through food and other addictions, like cats literally being fattened for a slaughter. And with all the race war propaganda and Pizzagate possibility, I became suicidal because I can't stand that no one will open their eyes and everyone's being manipulated hard. I hope with all of my heart that Trump is going to make good on his promise to MAGA and clean the swamp. I've been thinking about joining the Navy for Corpsman Greenside, and I would love to serve under a Trump administration if he really does clean swamp. We'll try to join regardless. No openings for corpsmen right now, though. I hope that what O'Pannon says is true. I will be praying for O'Pannon. I don't know who that is.
What's MAGA? I thought it was just a slogan.
It is. It's.
You made it sound like Joe Boo, like a god or something.
MAGA is the MAGA movement that supports Trump.
Okay. I just sounds like a slogan, like, like Go Browns and shit like that. Go on.
Okay, I guess I shouldn't have said it, the word. I'm trying to avoid this stuff. But anyways, so, and all that risk their lives for safety, and that the Lord will guide them, praying that what he says is true. And we'll be praying for the spiritual edification of God for Trump and for his complete safety in all of this. I'm going to refer to him as as 45 from now on. Okay.
Most people do.
Fair.
Okay. Okay. For his complete. Okay, hold on. And we'll be praying for the spiritual edification of God and 45, and for his complete safety in all of this. The pieces are coming together for me, and if this is true, those working with him are absolute geniuses, because I would have never imagined there would be any way possible to take down the monster of corruption that has overtaken this country. Okay, this is their response to that guy who posted that on their board.
This is whose response?
The Team Q, the people that respond, that drop the drops on the board.
Okay, so before you get farther into it, tell me the correlation with Tesla first. How does this have anything to do with Tesla, and how does that current knowledge of what's going on with Trump and his stuff, how does that have anything to do with Tesla?
Jacob, I'm trying to shut that out, but you're slowing me down.
No, you're giving me. Listen, hold on. We gotta unpack this a little bit. You talked about something that was on the board.
You can't do that, Jacob, until you hear both. When you hear both, then ask your question, please, because
both responses will explain how this connects to Tesla.
Exactly, but you can't do that, and you lose sight of them when you sidetrack me. Let me do both of them, and then ask your question.
Let's hear the response to the board, and then maybe that'll explain it more.
It will. This one especially. That's why I wanted this one. I picked this one for a reason. I was going to use this last.
I wanted to unpack, but Ryan, I wanted to unpack the last one and the one before that. You keep pulling me on to a new one to explain the ones before.
Are you controlling my lights?
This one, Jacob, is going to get you to stop asking those kind of questions and worrying about it and just listen to me, okay?
I'm trying.
Okay, but okay, you're stopping me in between you're making it hard for me to make the point.
Ryan, sometimes confusing.
But Ryan, my point was before this is we talked about two other quotes, not three. two other quotes that I wanted to dig into you on, and you kept referencing a future quote that was going to explain the last two. Or now you're going to tell me the second part is going to explain the last two and the first half of this last third one that we just talked about.
There's a certain way I was gonna.
I hope it gets to that point, but I'm here waiting.
Okay,
I'm here waiting for you to unpack it.
Can we do this? Can we get 10 seconds of silence from everybody?
Ryan, I've been listening the whole time.
No, mute that guy over there for a second until I'm done with this particular 51 number 51.
Ryan, I'm not gonna lie. We've been very accommodating. I'm not. Don't please don't play us off like we're talking over you.
Well,
Pesci does it. Hey, Pesci does have a few things that he jumps in on, and I'll acknowledge that.
I'm not asking for a minute of this. That's it. That's all I have.
Yeah. Go ahead. Unpack the second half of this.
Okay, I'm gonna start from the beginning again. Okay.
No. Unpack the second half. I want to hear the response to the first part of the board.
Yeah. Well, the first part of this, because this is still number 51. I was just reading this guy's statement, what he was saying about what was going on, what he was seeing, and all this stuff. This is their response to him saying that he's addressing his concerns, right? Okay. Now, don't ask a question when I get done reading this. Let me go straight to the quote and read it because it's going to blow your mind.
And then I got a quote after you. I call next quote.
You're not quieting down like I asked. Please, guy, please. You're going to sidetrack everybody too. This is where we all need to be.
Let's jump right into it, Ryan, so we don't waste any more time.
Okay. Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. The time has come to take back our great land. The time is now. Rest assured, POTUS is backed by the absolute finest people alive, who are all dedicated to the eradication of evil and corruption from the U.S. and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless and be safe. The White House. Quote number 51. Out of this war, the greatest since the beginning of history, a new world must be born, a world that would justify the sacrifices offered by humanity. This new world must be a world in which there shall be no exploitation of the weak by the strong, of the good by the evil, where there will be no humiliation of the poor by the violence of the rich, where the products of intellect, science, and art will serve society for the betterment and beautification of life, and not the individuals for achieving wealth. This new world shall not be a world of the downtrodden and humiliated, but of free men and free nations, equal in dignity and respect for man. You get it now, Jacob?
I still have a question. How do we connect that with Tesla?
Perfect. Absolutely. Here's how. Is that not his quote? That's his quote, right? On a website that
no, a board of people referencing him as you noticed.
There are two different things I'm pulling this information.
Wait. Oh, you have to reference the difference. You said one was people talking on his board. Ryan just jumped off. Okay, so he was talking about people talking on his board, and then he was talking about a response to that. Not once did I hear anything about Tesla. It was about somebody referencing Trump and Obama, which Tesla wouldn't have been able to do. Sorry, hold on. You're still muted here, Future.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me read a poem as he went away when I saw this book. Listen, it's not a poem, but he would call it a poem. This is a quote. A familiar named man, which my puzzle piece was, you have the name Jacob, I knew Jake. A name of resources, your last name's Water, will lead you to a man of many visions that will guide you to the staff. Now that's what that spell says. Now I've been in search of these guys with the staff. As soon as I get the book out to read them, that guy just disappeared. What the hell is going on around here? And you might be the familiar named man with the name of resources. Your last name's Water.
And that's the other thing is I don't know if Ryan thinks that
this is Magic. I play Magic. It's a card game.
I'm in search
of a staff. I'm in search of a staff.
I play Talisman. I'm all about the Talisman. That's where it's at. That's my role play game.
And he wasn't the best storyteller because he went from Sasquatch to Trump as president.
Well, it has nothing to do with that. I just
he
was getting mad at me when I was asking him to unpack some of the ideas that he was talking about. I would have been happy to hear the correlation of all of the stories that he just told me and how they tie into Tesla. But he was talking about Obama and Trump and all these people that had no idea who Tesla was when it comes to actually being alive around the same time. Like,
dude, we went from Sasquatch and Staffs to Trump, and it was kind of odd.
I like.
And then when I got the magic book, he disappeared.
I like Ryan's information. I like Ryan's information. Sometimes I don't feel like. Well, sometimes I feel like people don't give him the chance to unpack it. I sat here and let him unpack it, and I was waiting for him to tell me. Yeah, I was waiting for him to tell me the connection with Tesla and how it all tied in. But he even went through his whole spiel. I still didn't feel it. I was like, so how does Tesla connect to this? And then all of a sudden he disconnected. I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't really tell people that the fucking Sasquatches are shapeshifters off the bat. Start with Sasquatch. Slowly go in the shapeshifter.
Ryan, the link's in the description. It's in the StreamYard. It's everything. The StreamYard. It's in the title.
Nolan talked about people like that. There's people that believe Trump's still president. I really don't know.
But I don't have much. I don't have much time online. I'm already, goddamn, almost 9.5 hours in it.
You can get off if you want. I can't believe you did a 9-hour stream. God bless you.
God, I know. You jumped on with me earlier, like, oh, you're not going to be on that long, are you? Yeah, fucking 9.5 hours later.
I heard that. Well, we could end whenever you want. That guy was actually, he had me interested, and then he just disappeared.
Oh, no, I love what Ryan has to talk about because he deep dives into this stuff a lot more than other people do. I just don't know if we'll have enough time tonight to talk about it more. My daughter's going to be going to school here pretty soon.
I seek the spell of the staff, Ryan, from magic. I don't care about the president.
I don't know if he... Yeah,
I do want that staff he's got.
I don't even know if he heard your last correlation either.
Oh, he saw the book and then he vanished.
No, I'm just saying I don't think he saw the book. I don't think he heard what you said.
He looked like all of a sudden like time was running out. Almost like he had like 2 minutes to tell us a story. And we were like sitting back and like allowing him to tell it.
Yeah.
There's some people that would have went crazy after the Sasquatch part. But it wasn't until he said who's the new president that started to really throw me off. I'm like, wait a minute. What story we're in?
Well, and there's also so many guests that are going to have on that somebody pops on and asks me to mute them 30 times in order for them to get through a story. And it's like, you know what?
And meanwhile, it's his mic that's sucked Dion.
Well, and like ever since you put on your headphones, you were trying to be accommodating. You were trying to figure him out, which you had never met Ryan before. I've met Ryan before. I've talked to him offline, and I've talked to him a little bit online, but not on live on my channel. And I don't know. It's a lot to unpack. And this is why I've told Ryan I would love to do a one-on-one with you where we can unpack this a little bit more, but I wish I had more time tonight, man. I apologize.
I mean, he was like looking at me. It's not every day you get to be around somebody who claims they see Sasquatches. I was trying to sneak as many questions in as I could.
You were surprisingly, we were talking about 3 people today that talked about seeing Sasquatches.
Like when I brought up a thought of a wise man telling me about a staff, he like shook it off. But he's allowed to talk about dragons and shapeshifters and presidents and secret codes.
Hey, I get it, Ryan. I didn't think you were trying to be disrespectful. I didn't get that from you, and I don't want you to think that. I would just think I was trying to dig in to you on top. I know you just got disconnected by accident. That's nothing personal. I just don't have much time tonight. I'm already 9.5 hours in. It's nothing personal. I don't have another 15 minutes tonight.
We will meet again, Ryan.
But damn, I will
seek the staff.
I'd be happy. Can I send you? Can you send it to Messenger? Yeah, I will. I'm gonna get into Ryan. I'd love to have you on my show.
Probably save you for a Friday night or something. That'd be a
I
great
mean,
night.
I could talk to Ryan for hours about a lot of different topics, and he knows that. And it's nothing personal. I just my daughter's alarm just went off.
He's a man of many visions.
Yeah. No, Andy is a deep diver, and that's what I appreciate. But
the man with many visions.
I hope
things you don't know.
At least in the Magic the Gathering. But no, I want to deep dive in with you more. But,
I want the staff, God damn it, Ryan. I want the staff. I don't care who's president. I want the staff.
It comes out like Jake the Snake on that one.
I want the goddamn staff.
Oh yeah. But all right, I gotta disconnect. I appreciate everybody popping on, and hopefully this live still stays on.
See you soon, Ryan.
Talk to you later, bro. Oh yeah. Everybody have a good night. I'll talk to everybody.